Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Qun spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Qun looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good, good, good. Sima Lingxian said good 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Xianyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. Let's see how you break it. Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiao Qun. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Qun's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then, he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states, and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Qun's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. You discover it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break! Xiao Qun's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shock wave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shock wave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiao Qun did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Qun's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Qun directly used the 4-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The 6th move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators and the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Qun really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Qun would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Qun in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, A sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chun, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost. Flowing water hurts. Beauty grows old. Where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly executed the four-season saber technique's fourth move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Kassier, Kassier." Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxuan's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you're a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators and the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Chun to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment, it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxuan's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. Xiao Chun's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it, I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then, he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time, Xiao Chun took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Chun's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiao Chun grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Chun's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade, martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qin nation. Their sex are probably laughing even in their dreams. This five-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chun, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiangqi, saw Xiao Chun after Xiao Chun walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chun calmly. When Xiao Chun saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Jiangqi did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chun, you should rest first." When Murong Chong, Yun Kursin, and the others looked at Xiao Chun, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chun was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chun in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chun saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only two cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it, and the other had Chu Chaoyan's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun versus Chu Chaoyan. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed, who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyan is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded. That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning. Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chun ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyan. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yangyu relied on his killing move tossing heaven and earth to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chun in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chun in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful! After losing to Xiao Chun, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chun, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao, Xiao Chun, Saber, Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chun, Xiao, Wu clan spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clan's. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chun with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon is shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chun, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiao Chen's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting. Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Lu Xiaoyun, and Xianyuan Jiantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment, only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Chun were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyan narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyan's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyan's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a shio sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan to be the last match. Shua, shua, shua. The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment, the place fell completely silent. No one said anything. They just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the five-nation youth competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang! 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 The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Who? The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chun and Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyan quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Kung Chong. The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore two holes in the wind cloud barrier with a ka-cie sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the two's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The two gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyan always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The two did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now, you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm." Xiao Chun said calmly, "What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception." Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyan casually leaned against the ground. Then, he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyan's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiao Chun. Chapter 604. Xiao Chun's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiao Chen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiao Chen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiao Chen said softly, "As you wish." "Ka-cie." Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then it burst out together with the aura that Xiao Chun had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiao Chun, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple. They clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb. Cracks spread everywhere. Boom! The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and soared again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, Half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyan, Wang Quan, and the others, were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged toward the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared, and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind cloud platform could no longer spit out energy, flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Transform, transform, transform. Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. Kung! Kung! In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave! Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these two. If the shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge! Merge! However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the two's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Dang! The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the two into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The two, who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiao Chun stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white, clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyan stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The two were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the two's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyan tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time. Xiaochun, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might." Chu Chaoyan shouted, and the thick clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyan. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyan execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiaochun. Xiaochun tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The two merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the two states merged, Xiaochun executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp, killing intent. When Chu Chaoyan saw this, he thought to himself, "Using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with." As Xiaochun thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyan stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyan sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyan did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiaochun. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiaochun's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiaochun saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop, chop, chop. Xiaochun sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyan still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with a lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiaochun roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyan did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyan's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyan's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique. It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiaochun fought Bai Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiaochun can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chun roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Xiao Chun grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao! The golden longsword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xiao Chen's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars, and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant, awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light soared along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand, and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao! The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movement seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiao Chun had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting toward him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished. Not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! 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 Xiao Chen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then, he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword come." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyan grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyan had always done things. Now that Xiao Chun seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of Eternal Light. Boom! 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 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyan's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyan covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyan caught up to Xiao Chun. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered. There was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Chun, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Chun's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon. The flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Chun alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop. Cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyan's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Chun, the might of this cycle of seasons was world apart. Although there were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Chun, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Chun. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Chun. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clans. Boom! The divine might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Chun's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shock waves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, Thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost, and moon he might command. Quickly make your move. Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands. Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed, and they vanished. Bang! 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 The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those two? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these two is not undeserved. They've already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Qin's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chun laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chun smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled, but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this. Do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not?" Hu Qi. Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Qin's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise, he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the 2 of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this five-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The Wind Cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the two. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the two, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The cultivators and the spectator stand were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened. The expression of the dragon sealing city's city lord, Zhong Liang, changed slightly. He immediately stood up, and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Roar! A dragon roar came from a hole under Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant, it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. Roar! 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 There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Zhong Liang waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Zhong Liang, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Zhong Liang was about to use the dragon sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Zhong Liang paused slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zhong was stunned. "Dragon, Zhong Dragon. Dragon King. Dragon Zhong, Dragon Lord, Zabel Zhong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. It looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon Sealing City, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiao Chun had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing Boundless Dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely Dragon Might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiao Chun and Zhongzhe with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm, where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Tianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Tianwu continent, Zhong Zhe was a legend. His story was a legend. Now, these two people before Xiao Chun might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyan smiled gently and said, "I forgot to tell you. There is no earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Since I am confident of defeating you, naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move." Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyan's body. Then he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiao, a circular golden pillar of light, descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyan. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyan, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then, he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiao Chun. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light, chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyan looked coldly at Xiao Chun. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade True Dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiao Chun, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, "An earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an earth-ranked martial technique. The heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The dragon subduing Slash's first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiao Chun's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiao Chun. This sea was even vaster than Xianyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiao Chun saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiao Chun was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiao Chun be so rash? Shen Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly, she said to Jiang Qi and the others, "Later, Xiao Chun might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiao Chun in advance." Jiang Qi's expression changed drastically as he said, "Is it that serious?" Shen Manjun sighed softly and said that Chu Chaoyan used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiao Chun or not is a question mark. While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm. At this critical moment, he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiao Chun, The aura that Xiao Chun had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiao Chun. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together, and the sky paused. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly, a clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiao Chun. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky, omnipotent. Chapter 607. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day, the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shin Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow, saber, burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xiao Chun soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The 2 pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or work together to resist the 2 auras. Kassier, the saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant, the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyun's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xiao Chun's blade. Then, he pushed forward, forcing Xiao Chun to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The aftereffects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiao Chen's bones, flesh, and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyun's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have a magical power. I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Never. The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea, felt Xiaoqin's will, and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura arose again, preventing Xiaoqin from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it is, it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So, this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise, it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xiaoqin smiled softly and said, Chu Chaoyun, you are the one who will lose. Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xiaoqin grasped the saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared, and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble! The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat! Xiaoqin shouted, and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun, who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xiaoqin gazed at Xiaoqin, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while, Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only a tenth of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xiaoqin. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then, he slowly disappeared into the night. Xiaoqin quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xiaoqin's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Xiao! 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 The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king gray dragon's might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jinlin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon, an outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators by Qi, Sima Lingxian, Yu Qinxi, Xianyuan Zhantian, Lu Xiaoyun, and Gong Yangyu all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiao Chun, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the after effects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds, and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiao Chun. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Ceiling City, Xiao Chun had asked Xiao Chun if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to Martial Monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chun obtain the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiao Chun failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiao Chen's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiao Chen was young, he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the great Qi nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qingyan Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep sea battlefield. In a final battle, he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiao Chun was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiao Chun finally reached the peak of the Sky Dome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then, it entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm, golden energy flowed through Xiao Chen's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm, golden energy, Xiao Chen's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiao Chun look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm, golden energy, Xiao Chun felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiao Chun gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Qian's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection, half-step martial monarch, to peak great perfection, half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiao Qian was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hee, don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor." When Xiao Qian heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Xin Manjun saw the uninjured Xiao Qian, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiao Qian did not hide anything. He told Xin Manjun about the various benefits of a king-grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiao Qian looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Jiang Qi and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Xin Manjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiao Qian's forehead had been baptized by the king-grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now, Xiao Qian's aura was completely different from the original Xiao Qian. After thinking about it, Xiao Qian understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king-grade true dragon, Xiao Qian could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiao Qian performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Qian obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiao Qian had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You'll be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first." From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiao Qian, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Hu Qi, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Ceiling City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly. "It's an auspicious sign. Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm." Hu Qi, Hu Qi. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air, their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When a man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light, and they are fighting so hard." No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms. Xiao, a figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago, he was a kilometer away. In an instant, he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushin Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch, but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zhong Liang. He said softly, "I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late." Zhong Liang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, "According to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest." The Bushin Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zhong Liang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, "Is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year?" "Ha ha ha! Wan Feng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade, true dragon genius." Vigorous laughter came from the warships, holed as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "Master, the Bushin Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "Haha, this Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous great age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows? Naturally, Wan Feng did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wan Feng's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wan Feng did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years." After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then, he leaped into it with Zhong Liang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wan Feng casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chen's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He said to Jiang Qi, "First Elder, this auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first." Jiangqi nodded and smiled. In that case, you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know. 3 days later, Xiao Qian practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Qian had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Qian would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber technique, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique, and Xinyuan Zhantian's Unending to the End of Time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Qian compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Qian had never treated the Five-Nation Youth Competition as the end. His goal had always been clear: to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the three holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Shao clan one of the Holy Lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Qian to find out. However, if Xiao Qian wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Qian shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold, killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe Staff technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth Staff technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiao Qian merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiao Qian's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yangyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiao Qian could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. Pu Ci. The 7 afterimages merged together. Xiao Qian swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a Qi-La sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop that Xiao Qian comprehended from Gong Yangyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiao Qian could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Jiang Qi, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, "This Xiao Qian is becoming more and more unfathomable." Xiao Qian had noticed Jiang Qi long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. "First Elder, are you looking for me?" Jiang Qi recovered his wits and smiled. "Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm." A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes as he muttered to himself, "There is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch." Although Xiao Qian's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Jiang Qi took out a few more things and said, "This is the True Dragon ranking list. You could take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sections. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, The other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you. In the past 3 days, there have been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiao Chun. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Jiangqi rejected all the others. If Jiangqi wanted to meet everyone, Xiao Chun would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiao Chun. Even though Xiao Chun was a king-grade true dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He first held the true dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sections. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sections. Seeing that Xiao Chun had made his choice, Jiangqi did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words True Dragon ranking were written on the front. Xiao Chun opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiao Chun himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiao Chun's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiao Chun's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiao Chun, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qinyan Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the Great Qi Nation by himself. Xiao Chun had not lost to anyone of had Xiao Chun's Qi, had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan scions, he defeated them all. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyan, so he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Xianyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There have been similar cases in the past 5-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up, Bai Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haotian sects Yu Chenxi, 7th and 8th, Wang Quan, and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyan were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous 5-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiao Chun carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qi Nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking 1st and 2nd place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Tianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Tianwu continent in the future. For example, Morong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiangqi would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taeho, and the others, Xiao Chun put away the name list. Then, he focused his gaze on the Haotian sect's name list. Xiao Chun could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Qi Nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Qi Nation were called super sections. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Tianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiao Chun was on the island in the western Shallow Sea, The supreme elder of the Haotian sect had already extended an invitation to Xiao Chun, giving him a small Haotian medallion. However, Xiao Chun had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiao Chun's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiao Chun to the main sect of the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haotian sect. The branch of the Haotian sect in the Tianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiao Chun, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sang Mu had a strong backer back then, he would not have ended up like that, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, "Who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past?" Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "You don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, it is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect." After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chun made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look first." After the true dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chun slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the true dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chun arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK. This is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Chi Nation again. Haha, the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right. Just based on Xiao Chen's name, who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join. The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the true dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. "Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while?" The moment Xiao Chun appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chun said calmly, "I already have an appointment. Lead the way." The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chun was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "The name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left?" The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, No, please follow me." Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chun arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then, he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Yu Chensi and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows were white. However, His eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state, this was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. "You are here. Have a seat." The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Yu Chenxi leaned over and whispered, "Xiao Chen, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you, he ended his closed-door cultivation early." A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. "Many thanks, Senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule." The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the Great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, he had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiao Chen's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, "Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception." Chapter 610. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I'm not busy or not. Who knows? I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you can just call me Old Phone. We are of the same generation. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiao Chen's attitude was sincere, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiao Chen controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiao Chen. There were many proud people who set their sights high, but were not capable. They died prematurely, no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I am not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiao Chen imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiao Chen's questions about martial cultivation. "Xiao Chen, do you know why the Bushin Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm?" Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered, "The Bushin Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves." Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "It is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there's another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you." Xiao Chen looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, "You can't remember?" "That's right, we can't afford it." Old Feng pointed at Yu Chenxi and said, "Take Chenxi as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years, she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haotian sect accumulated." Xiao Chen was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Yu Chenxi would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haotian sect after he grew stronger and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiao Qin's expression, he knew that Xiao Qin understood. He nodded and said, "Hence, she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushin Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sections." Xiao Qin said, "In that case, what does the Bushin Palace do?" Old Feng explained, "The Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushin Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the heavenly extermination union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm." Xiao Qin remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. "Indeed," Old Feng smiled and said, "when the 20 of you go to the Bushin Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent, there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haotian sect can offer you. You take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me." The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiao Qin was not in a rush to open them. Instead, he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haotian sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haotian medallion that you once obtained will always be effective." Regardless of the strength of the Haotian sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiao Qin. "Xiao." Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a schwa sound, it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. "Xiao Qin, what do you think?" Yu Chensi, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother." Xiao Qin did not know anyone from the 9 great sections. At the very least, there was Yu Chensi in the Haotian sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiao Qin going to the Haotian sect. Choosing the Haotian sect might not be the best outcome for Xiao Qin, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time, as Xiao Qin was chatting with the Haotian sect's sect master, Kim Taho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, "Not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure One. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable." Kim Tae-ho cursed in his heart. "What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything?" Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure Wan spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Tae-ho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, "In that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future?" Fatso did not lie to Xiao Qin. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Tae-ho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is?" Kim Tae-ho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure Luan Spirit Core over. "Cousin, are you receiving a guest?" Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Tae-ho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. "Cousin?" "Wan Feng, Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan." Kim Tae-ho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, "You two bastards! How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure Luan Spirit Core to me." "Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram." Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding-dang. The huge force knocked Kim Tae-ho back by 10 steps. "Hey!" Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "There is actually an emperor's might spreading out." This time, Kim Tae-ho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time. There is no one else in this world who can take advantage of me. Kim Tae-ho." Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great Gene Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. However, this Azure Wan Spirit Core is really good stuff." After chatting with Yu Chenxi about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chun prepared to take his leave. Yu Chenxi stood up to send Xiao Chun off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you're willing, you can come with me to the Hao Yin sect now. With the spirit vein that the Hao Yin sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to Martial Monarch." Xiao Chun understood what she meant. The Kunlun Realm's Hao Yin sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time, there would be competition. Once they reached Martial Monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Hao Yin sect. However, to Xiao Chun, there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder Divine incantation that Xiao Chun cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Hao Yin sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun would not be able to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chun wanted to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chun thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chun returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Hao Yin sect situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Hao Yin sect's sectmaster would advance to the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Hao Yin sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiao Chun went to the Hao Yin sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiao Chun scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this. Chapter 611. Back then, when Xiao Chun agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Jiang Qi had taken out nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion savings and only managed to gather 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, the Hao Yian sect casually gave out 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. Aside from that, there were all sorts of natural treasures and thousand-year-old spirit herbs for nourishing qi. There were at least 100 of them, each of them more than 2,000 years old. There was also a faint blue inner vest at the back. Based on the flickering light and spiritual energy, it should be a defensive superior grade secret treasure. It would probably increase Xiao Chen's defense by at least 20%. Aha! Brother Xiao Chun, these are just a small greeting gift. 50,000 superior grade spirit stones should be enough for you to use for half a year. If you go to the upper realm, there will be even more generous gifts waiting for you. This was the last line of Old Feng's introduction letter, showing the strong accumulations of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Saber Pavilions group made their preparations and prepared to return. Everyone was in a good mood. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be said to have a bountiful harvest in this 5-nation youth competition. They achieved an unimaginable goal. Not only did Murong Chong and Yun Kursen enter the True Dragon ranking, but Xiao Chen also obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, Xiao Chun obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the King Grade True Dragon luck, there was no doubt that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise in the future. After the group left the city, they boarded Jade Maiden Peak's Golden Jade glazed ship and soared into the air, heading back to the Great Qi Nation. When the group looked around, the sky was filled with warships and crowds. As these people left, the grand occasion of this True Dragon ranking would spread to every corner of the continent. The names of the geniuses on the 5-nation youth competition would spread far and wide. Many years later, when people recalled this 5-nation youth competition, it would be a legend. On the bow of the warship, Xiao Chun explained his promise to the Haotian sect to the first elder, Jiang Qi, in detail. Jiang Qi was not surprised. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have a faction in the Kunlun realm. They would not be able to trap a true dragon like Xiao Chun. Being able to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion obtain the first rank was already a pleasant surprise for Jiang Qi. How could he ask for more? A gentle breeze blew as the Golden Jade glazed ship moved through the clouds. Although it looked slow, it was actually moving at an incredible speed. 5 days later, in the sky above a mountain range at the border of the Jin State and the Qin State, a group of rank 8 spirit beasts, demonic flame eagles, 3,000 meters in front of them blocked their way. A rank 8 spirit beast was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, it was much faster than a regular cultivator. When fighting a rank 8 spirit beast in the air, a cultivator of the same rank would find it hard to defeat it. Jiang Qi frowned slightly and counted carefully. There were a total of 8 demonic raging flame eagles. The one in the middle was the largest, and its aura was much denser. This is problematic. There is actually a demonic raging flame eagle leader here. Even a peak consummation half-step martial monarch would not be a match for it. Jiang Qi said to Lu Suifeng, who was behind him, "Suifeng, go and ask martial uncle Shan to come out. If we take a detour, it will take us another half a day." Xiao Chen walked over and looked at the demonic raging flame eagles in front. He said, "Wait, let me give it a try first." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the others looked over in shock. There were 8 spirit beasts in front that were even stronger than a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Among them, the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would find it hard to subdue it. Jiang Qi said worriedly, "Xiao Chun, it is better to let martial uncle Shun make a move. Don't be too rash." Xiao Chun wanted to test his strength after the true dragon merged with him. He smiled and said, "First Elder, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I cannot defeat them, I will immediately retreat. I will not be rash." Seeing Xiao Chun so insistent, Jiang Qi could not say anything more. He said, In that case, be careful. Second elder, bring some people and follow behind. If anything happens, you can rush over immediately. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the bow of the warship, and his figure drifted, kicking up a strong wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun arrived within 500 meters of the demonic raging flame eagles. Black flames burned on the broad wings of the demonic raging flame eagles. Their hook-like beaks flickered with a cold light. When their cold eyes discovered Xiao Chun, they immediately flapped their wings and let out a shrill cry, sending out a surging heat wave. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly scanned the 8 demonic raging flame eagles. After he clearly saw their flight trajectory, he attacked with lightning speed. Thunder Shadow Chop. Because Xiao Chun was worried that he would cause too much damage, he did not use his full essence to execute this move. At this moment, there were no more worries in the air. The surging crystalline essence surged towards the lunar shadow saber like a river. In that instant, it gave off a dazzling purple electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao Chun took 7 steps, leaving behind 7 realistic afterimages in the air. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. With the true dragon, Xiao Chun's cultivation instantly rose from small perfection, half-step martial monarch, to great perfection. When he unleashed his essence at full power, its might was startling. Boom! 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 7 miserable cries resounded. The saber lights that Xiao Chun sent out from the afterimages split the 7 demonic raging flame eagles in half. The elders behind, who were preparing to make a move, were all dumbfounded. Merge! The 7 afterimages merged. An electric light burst out from Xiao Chun's body. His aura surged, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. Saber chi surged out and tore a long crack in space. The leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was startled. It flapped its wings anxiously and tried to flee. It did not dare to face the might of this saber strike head-on. Pussy. However, the crack extended too quickly. Even though the demonic raging flame eagle did its best to dodge, the crack still tore its right wing in half. The strong defense of the demonic raging flame eagle became mere decoration. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Xiao Chun killed 8 demonic raging flame eagles in the blink of an eye with 1 thunder shadow chop. This stunned Jiang Qi and the others on the warship. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. However, he was not satisfied. This was because his final attack had not instantly chopped the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles in half. This proved that this thunder shadow chop still had many improvements. When the group landed back on the deck, Jiang Qi and the others exchanged glances. They discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chun at all. With such strength, even a regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to match him. Suddenly, Xiao Chun said, "There is a warship behind us. It is heading in our direction at Mach 5. Jiang Qi and the others were slightly stunned. They soared into the air and quickly looked back. Indeed, a huge black warship tore through the air and headed in their direction. Its target was very clear. It wanted to stop Xiao Chun and the others before they could leave the Great G Nation. After the group landed, Jiang Qi said with an unsightly expression, "They are coming with ill intentions. It is the Bai clan's warship." Xiao. Just as the group was about to cross the border, the huge black warship of the Bai clan overtook them. The warship swept through the air and tyrannically blocked the path of Xiao Chun and the others. Shen Manjun walked out of the warship's hold and looked at the Bai clan's warship. She asked doubtfully, "Jiang Qi, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. The Bai clan's people did not say anything and just stopped us." When Jiang Qi saw Shen Manjun walk out, he calmed down. After all, the other party was a half-sage. As long as the Bai clan's clan head did not come, it would not be easy for the others to stop them. "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. I am Bai Feng, the current Bai clan's clan head. I just want to meet the white-robed bladesman you all speak of." A middle-aged man wearing light blue robes appeared on the warship's bow. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light. The moment he appeared, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion felt a huge pressure. When the other party looked down, it was like a sharp saber hanging above everyone's heads. Saber Sage, a sage of the saber. Only a martial sage who had comprehended saber intent to the limit could be called a saber sage. Regular martial sages would not be a match for them. A saber sage could easily deal with 10 martial sages of the same cultivation. This Bai Clan's clan head, Bai Feng, was such a person. Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, "I remember handing over my name card. However, it seems like little brother does not think highly of me, so I can only use such a presumptuous method." As Xiao Chun looked at the other party, a yearning appeared in his heart. A sage of the saber. Xiao Chun wondered when he would be able to reach such a level. After calming himself, Xiao Chun took a step forward and asked, "I wonder why Senior is looking for me?" Bai Feng smiled and said, "Come up and speak. It is not convenient to be down there." "Senior brother Xiao Chun, don't go up. They are definitely up to no good," Yin Kersin said from behind. Lu Sui Feng and the others did not say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. Xiao Chun said softly, "It's fine. Given his status, he will not go so far as to make a move against a junior like me. Everyone will laugh at him." "Xiao." After Xiao Chun spoke, he pushed off the ground and boarded the Bai clan's black warship. He stood across from Bai Feng and looked straight at him without any fear. Bai Feng smiled gently and said, "Young man, you are rather courageous. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn the 4-season saber technique? This concerns the foundation of my Bai clan. I have to figure it out." Xiao Chun had expected the other party to say this long ago. He replied, "I once met Senior by Shuehe in the ancient desolate tower. He was the one who taught me the 4-season saber technique. However, don't worry. I already swore on my heart demon that the 4-season saber technique will not leak out." Bai Feng revealed an expression of "as I expected." He said, "It is as I expected. I have a presumptuous request. Little brother, can you write down your comprehension of the 4-season saber technique that you comprehended and give me a copy?" Xiao Chun said straightforwardly, "Sure." Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chun to agree to his request so easily, not bargaining at all. After all, the secret manual that Xiao Chun wanted to write down was priceless. The 4-season saber technique had been studied by the Bai clan for thousands of years. With this, the number of Bai clan juniors who could learn the 4-season saber technique would increase significantly. Given this, Bai Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He asked, "Little brother, do you have any requests?" "There is no need. The 4-season saber technique belongs to your Bai clan in the first place. Since you have requested it, I will return it." Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression and did not say much. The white paper floated in front of him as he focused on writing down the 4-season saber technique he comprehended. Chapter 612. Xiao Chun was not afraid that the Bai clan would learn his 4-season saber technique and threaten him. The 4-season saber technique could only bring out its strongest might when it was compatible with the cultivator's state. Xiao Chun was able to bring out the might of the 4-season saber technique. If others followed his method, they would be able to bring out a tenth of his might. The Bai clan had taken a wrong path. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it to him. Before Saber Sage, he did not have much of a choice. Thousands of meters above the Bai clan's warship, a small warship was hidden in the clouds. A few elders of the Sima clan stood on the bow of the warship, looking suspiciously at Xiao Chun and Bai Chi's actions. First elder, the Bai clan, and Xiao Chun seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. "I'm afraid we no longer have a chance to make a move," a gray-robed old man said sullenly. "If they enter the Great Qi nation's borders and we make a move, we will attract some unnecessary trouble," another person said. The Sima clan's first elder muttered to himself for a while before saying, "In that case, let's return first. I did not expect this Bai Feng to spoil our plans at such a crucial moment. However, there is still half a year. There will be plenty of opportunities." Without anyone noticing, the Sima clan's small warship quietly turned around and returned to where it came from. 15 minutes later, Bai Chi put away the secret manual that Xiao Chun handed him. He felt many emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a talented person. Before the age of 22, Bai Qi had already created such a powerful martial technique. Compared to the ancient sages, he was not inferior. Little brother's talent and bearing are truly admirable. If you need this Bai's help in the future, just a word from me will do. The Bai clan owes you a favor. Bai Feng used his status as the Bai clan's clan head to make a promise to Xiao Chun. This surprised Xiao Chun somewhat. Without the Bai clan obstructing them, their journey was smooth sailing. 3 days later, Xiao Chun's group returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the news of Xiao Chun obtaining the first rank spread, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion erupted with excitement. The 5,000-odd inner disciples were all extremely excited. Many disciples would be attracted to the foot of Qingyun Peak every day. Without exception, all of them hoped to join Qingyun Peak. The only reason was that Xiao Chun had the luck of a king grade true dragon. Of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun would definitely obtain the most luck. Luck was ethereal, but comprehension ability. However, its usefulness to cultivators was sometimes even more important than talent. Everyone wanted to benefit from it and obtain more luck. Xiao Chun handed all these trifling matters to Lu Suifeng to handle. As for himself, he and Lu Riyue stayed in the back mountains, living a simple world of the two of them, enjoying the rare leisure time. 1 week later, as more and more cultivators returned from Dragon Sealing City, the True Dragon ranking became popular in every corner of the Great Qi Nation. The news of the Great Qi Nation's Bladesman, Xiao Chun, becoming the champion of this 5-nation youth competition spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion soared. There was an endless stream of people coming to learn from them. There were even people who did not practice the saber in the first place who started practicing the saber all over again. They only wanted to join the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Qi, was extremely busy every day. However, the smile on his face never faded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations were not bad. However, they lacked an opportunity. Now that they were using Xiao Chun's reputation to recruit disciples, their foundation would be even firmer. The luck that Xiao Chun brought would affect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion invisibly. For the next 500 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would continue to prosper, gaining a place in the Great Age. The bustling outside did not affect Xiao Chun's mental state. After spending half a month with Lu Riyue, he resumed his bitter cultivation. The road was still very long. This was only the beginning of the great path of cultivation. He had to work even harder. He could not relax at all. This was especially so after Xiao Chun met Bai Feng. This feeling in his heart became even stronger. Only when he became truly strong could he firmly grasp his fate in his own hands. If Xiao Chun had a choice, why would he hand over the saber technique he comprehended? However, before absolute strength, even if he was extremely intelligent, it would be useless. Pusi, the 4 superior grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Chun recovered from his cultivation and looked at the exhausted spirit stones. He shook his head slightly and casually tossed them aside. After spending half a month, Xiao Chun thoroughly summarized the insights he gained from the 5-nation youth competition. Then, he spent all his time on cultivation. Even though Xiao Chun consumed 10 superior grade spirit stones every day, his progress was still very slow. He was still a long way from reaching the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chun felt somewhat vexed. He asked Ao Jiao, "Ao Jiao, is there any way for me to reach the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch within half a year?" Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "I've been waiting for you to ask. There is definitely a way. It just depends on whether you dare to take this risk or not." Everything in the world had its risks. It was impossible to reap without sowing and easily achieve success. Naturally, Xiao Chun understood this principle. He asked, "What is the method?" Ao Jiao did not answer him directly. Instead, she said, "You know about the spirit veins' origin under the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right? Back then, even the Heavenly Wolf race's Fiend King wanted that. The spirit veins' origin was the foundation of a spirit vein. It contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, Xiao Chun knew about the spirit vein's origin in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, he had personally experienced it in the underground world of the Spirit Stone Mine. However, the energy contained in the spirit vein's origin was simply too vast. It was not something that Xiao Chun could do anything to. If he tried to swallow it forcefully, he might explode from the energy if he was not careful. Lung Liusu could cultivate on it, because the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had placed restrictions on it, limiting the amount of energy she could absorb from it. Otherwise, with Lung Liusu's cultivation back then, she would not have been able to cultivate on it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and said, "Could this be the method you were talking about? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin has restrictions placed on it, limiting the amount of energy it can absorb. Furthermore, only the descendants of the founder can use that spirit vein." Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "Naturally not. I'm just giving an example. There is more than one spirit vein in this world." Xiao Chun reacted and said, "Are you saying that there are other spirit veins that have not been discovered by anyone? That is impossible. The existing spirit veins have already been divided up by the various sections. There is no way to hide a spirit vein. The spiritual energy that it gave off could be felt from 5 kilometers away. Its value was immeasurable. There would always be spirit stone mines around spirit veins. Spirit stones were the currency of cultivators. One could easily imagine the wealth that came from controlling a spirit vein. Sometimes, the number of spirit veins described sect. It was a sign of how strong it was. It was the foundation of a sect. Without a spirit vein, the sect would automatically disband. The 3 great sects of the Great Qi Nation were able to exist for 10,000 years because they each controlled a spirit vein. The various powers had already divided up the spirit veins many years ago. Any sect that possessed a spirit vein was not something that Xiao Chun could afford to offend. Ao Jiao scolded jokingly. "Idiot, since I said there is definitely. There is no need for you to doubt it. However, with your current cultivation, there is a 70% chance that you will fail to absorb the spirit vein's origin. Once you fail, your body will explode and you will die. A 70% chance of failure. The risk was too high." Xiao Chun thought for a while and made a decision after a while. He said, "I can take a gamble if I have a 50% chance. 70% is too high. It is not worth it." Xiao Chun had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once his cultivation reached that level, he would advance to Martial Monarch. There was no need to risk his life for the sake of advancing to Martial Monarch within half a year. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "I have not finished speaking yet. If you can cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the 6th layer, your success rate will increase to 50%. "I'll take the gamble," Xiao Chun said without hesitation, revealing a decisive look in his eyes. In Dragon Sealing City, the instant the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chun's firmament body tempering art reached peak consummation of the 5th layer. If he focused, he would be able to break through to the 6th layer in less than half a month. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, it was time to take action. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyue, Xiao Chun prepared to embark on a new journey. The spirit vein that Ao Jiao spoke of was in the ancient desolate land's Heavenly Extermination Lake's mountain range at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The environment there was very dangerous and demonic beasts roamed about. Entering it would be very difficult. The spirit vein was discovered by the Thunder King in the past. Because no one cared for it, its spiritual energy had been leaking out for thousands of years. It was hard to say how much energy the spirit vein's origin still had. It had already been 5,000 years. It was possible that the spirit vein had already been abandoned. For the sake of not wasting time, Xiao Chun only made 3 days of preparations. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still in an excited and bustling state. Xiao Chun left silently. Aside from Lu Ruyue, no one knew where he went. 10,000 meters above the Great Qi Nation, there was an insignificant scarlet cloud compared to the vast sky. It turned into a scarlet line as it moved forward quickly. Underground, even a cultivator with good eyesight would not be able to discover the existence of that scarlet cloud. When a strong spirit beast in the sky felt the surging, killing chi from the scarlet cloud, they could not avoid it in time, not daring to clash with it. There was a scarlet throne above the scarlet cloud. Xiao Chan sat on it, cultivating the firmament body-tempering art with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical air of a king appeared indistinctly. Due to the scarlet throne, even though Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, that might still spread out, unable to leak out. In reality, from the moment the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chun discovered that his mentality had changed at some point in time. In the past, peak martial monarchs like the half-sage Shin Manjun could give him a lot of pressure. However, Xiao Chun could remain indifferent to them. He even felt that they were nothing much. The king-grade true dragon silently broadened Xiao Chen's horizons, allowing him to slowly recognize his identity as a future king. The silence did not allow Xiao Chun to reject it. Whether he was willing or not, his future path would be filled with thorns, blood, and wind. It would not be peaceful. A king would not settle for second place. If Xiao Chun advanced to martial monarch, he had to be the strongest among martial monarchs. If he advanced to martial sage, he had to be the strongest martial sage. If he advanced to Emperor Wu, he had to be the king of emperors. Chapter 613. The people who originally occupied the first rank would definitely be dissatisfied. There would also be the king-grade true dragons of the other great thousand realms. Gee! A sharp bird cry resounded. A black demonic beast with a leopard's head and eagle's body appeared in front of the throne. A berserk aura spread out as it sized up Xiao Chun with malicious intent. It was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. It was not frightened by the killing intent coming from the throne. Instead, it was eager to try, wondering if eating Xiao Chun would increase its strength. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and punched calmly. An azure dragon head formed on his fist as he executed the berserk dragon stance of the Dragon Claw fist. Bang! The fist exploded and the berserk dragon roared. The leopard-headed eagle did not even have a chance to dodge before the punch blasted it into a bloody mist. You overestimate yourself. You're just a mere peak rank 7 demonic beast, and you dare to block my path? Xiao Chun closed his eyes again. The Scarlet Throne did not stop at all. It broke through the bloody mist and continued flying forward. Half a month later, Xiao Chun successfully broke through the bottleneck of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. Now, he could deliver 500 tons of force with a casual punch. With just the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chun was able to secure a spot among half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chun could already see the vast and boundless heavenly extermination lake below. The islands on the lake looked like they were dotted with stars. The number of people in the sky slowly increased. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Xiao Chun put away the throne long ago. Then, he used his essence to fly in the air. From time to time, the martial kings that passed by him would feel a huge pressure and subconsciously move away. What a strong aura! When did such a strong youth come to the ancient desolate land? Everyone's gazes filled with doubt. They could not understand what was going on. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was so strong that even some of the older generation experts sighed. He was truly an unrivaled existence among half-step martial monarchs. 1,000 meters northeast of the island in front, then dive straight down, and you will reach the place I said. Ao Jiao's voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen glanced around and sped up. He turned into a purple line and landed on the surface of the water in a few breaths, splashing into the water with a splash. Gulp, gulp. Circulating his vital qi, Xiao Chun continuously increased the gravity around him. His entire body was like a lead ball that had fallen into the water. He dove down at an extremely fast speed, and bubbles kept appearing around him. At first, he could still see some light, but after a kilometer, the bottom of the lake became dark. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he couldn't see beyond 100 meters. Due to the refraction of the water, what Xiao Chun saw with his spiritual sense was hazy. He could only make out a rough idea. At this moment, Xiao Chun frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. There was a large patch of blood floating in the lake in front of him, giving off a pungent smell. As he continued to dive deeper, there was more and more blood. However, he did not see any of the beasts that Ao Jiao mentioned. It seemed like this place had been swept by someone in advance. Bang! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He finally reached the bottom of this heavenly extermination lake, and his feet touched solid ground. When he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he could roughly tell that there was a majestic mountain range at the bottom of the lake about 500 meters in front of him. It was 1,000 meters tall and looked very vast. The mountain range at the bottom of the lake was actually several times wider than the Lingyun mountain range where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was. The blood was also the densest in this place. When Xiao Chun looked around, all he could see was dark red blood. It was viscous and did not melt for a long time. It gave off an extremely disgusting stench. Occasionally, he could see the remains of some wandering demonic beasts. It was easy to tell that these were the worthless parts of the demonic beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Chun was certain that someone had swept through this place before Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao, does anyone else know about this place? Xiao Chun asked somewhat worriedly. If someone had gotten here before him, then he would have wasted a lot of time. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "There is no need to worry. Those people should have some other purpose. This place is the birthplace of the extreme underworld flame. 5,000 years ago, the Thunder King discovered the spirit vein by chance when he was retrieving the flame seed. He laid down some restrictions, making it very difficult for others to discover the spirit vein. Firmament flame? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. His lunar true flame had already formed an origin flame. However, it had not absorbed any attributed flames. Compared to the purple thunder true fire, its might was much weaker. If he had an opportunity to strengthen the lunar true flame, he might be able to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram that he used in the Trial of Desire. However, the purpose of this trip was still the spirit vein's origin. There was no need to think too much about the lunar true flame. He would act according to the situation. Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand, and a surging essence formed a suction force on his palm. The black blood mixed with the lake water quickly gathered in his hand. Hu Qi, Hu Qi. A scarlet whirlpool formed on Xiao Chen's palm. The surrounding lake water slowly turned clear. After a while, all the blood condensed into a ball of blood that had been compressed countless times. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand, and the ball of blood flew up at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, it formed a pillar of water on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake. The ball of blood exploded and turned into a rain of blood. As it fell, the cultivators passing by were astonished. While in the clear lake water, Xiao Chun used his vision and discovered a crack in a mountain range in front. That was the entrance that Ao Jiao mentioned. Xiao Chun pushed off the bottom of the lake and moved like lightning. He entered that crack with a shio sound. At first, the crack was very narrow. After walking for 10 minutes, it widened. Clear footprints could be seen on the ground. Based on the shape and number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people, at least 100 of them. Xiao Chun did not know which faction of the ancient desolate land did this. 10 minutes later, the lake water in the crack had completely receded. The area in front suddenly opened up, and a vast world appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Stone pillars of all shapes and sizes hung upside down a kilometer above him. Cracks extended for 500 kilometers on the ground. Occasionally, strands of attributed flames wafted out of the cracks. Xiao Chen revealed a shocked expression. It was hard to imagine that there was such a miraculous scene in a mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Halt! The Holy Fire Manor is conducting business here. Would you please leave for now? Suddenly, two middle-aged cultivators leaped out from above. They wore the same clothes and held sharp sabers in their hands. They looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. Because spiritual sense was not very useful in the heavenly extermination lake, Xiao Chun had not released it at all times. He only discovered these two people after they jumped out. When Xiao Chun looked around, he immediately made out the cultivation of these two people. They were peak superior grade martial kings. Their auras were not weak, and their cultivation techniques would not be weak either. They would be considered experts in the ancient desolate land. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were far from sufficient. The Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chun had a good impression of this sect. Back then, he and Bai Lishi had uprooted their branch in Desolate City. The two of them had also killed their young manor lord and an inner sect elder. Xiao Chun had not expected to meet them here today. In order to obtain the Netherworld Flame, we need a martial monarch expert to hold the line. Xiao Chun needs to deal with these two people quickly. We cannot drag this out. Ao Jiao reminded him. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Our first Manor Lord and second Manor Lord are here. With your half-step martial monarch cultivation, they can destroy you with one finger. Be smart and scram. When the person on the right saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he pointed at Xiao Chun and shouted. The Holy Fire Manor had two martial monarch experts. Xiao Chun had heard about them long ago. It looked like they were both here. Regardless of the cultivation of these two martial monarchs, if they worked together, Xiao Chun would not be a match for them. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Xiao Chun squinted and suddenly made a move. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. He executed the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him. The person who spoke felt like a blue dragon was flying at him, breaking armor. When Xiao Chun punched, a sharp shockwave formed above his fist. It tore through this person's defense like it was made of paper and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. Seizing the heart, Xiao Chun's right hand turned into a claw, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he pierced through the second person's chest. However, before this person died, he shot out a short arrow he had hidden in his sleeve. The arrow was coated with a special kind of fuel, and it quickly burned in the air. Xiao Chun flicked his right finger and fired out a strand of purple flame. When the arrow was halfway up, he intercepted it. However, when the arrow exploded, it gave off a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The sound waves could be heard clearly within 5 kilometers. Let's go. Xiao Chun had not expected the arrow to be so effective. His expression changed, and he quickly fled in another direction. A kilometer away, the 100-man team of the Holy Fire Manor was currently fighting a large group of flame giants. These flame giants were fire spirits formed from flames lingering in the air for a long time. They did not have a physical body and did not feel pain. Furthermore, there were many of them, making them very difficult to deal with. 2 old men hovered quietly above the group. Extremely powerful auras radiated from their bodies. Every now and then, they would strike down a fire spirit that was blocking their way. When the 2 old men heard the ear-piercing sound, their expressions changed at the same time. The gray-robed old man on the right said, "Big brother, unexpectedly, aside from us, there is someone else who knows the location of the Netherworld Flame." The blue-robed old man on the left said sullenly, "I am very fast. I will go take a look first. I'll leave this place to you." Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, he quickly flew over. He was simply too fast. It was to the extent that the space around him was unable to endure it, and numerous mottled fissures appeared on it. Xiao Chun was unlucky. The Holy Fire Manor's team happened to be blocked by the fire spirits, so they did not manage to get far. To the blue-robed old man, he crossed the distance of 1 kilometer in a few breaths of time. After he arrived, he squinted and immediately saw Xiao Chun flying. The blue-robed old man's expression relaxed, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You're just a half-step martial monarch, and you dare to come here to join the fun? You are too bold." Chi. The blue-robed old man raised his speed to the limit, and a pitch-black crack appeared behind him. Then, he chased after Xiao Chun. After executing the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, Xiao Chun became like a flood dragon leaping about. He had already activated the blood flame shoes long ago, but he still could not shake off the blue-robed old man's pursuit. Chapter 614. The distance between them slowly decreased. After 15 minutes, the old man was less than 500 meters away from Xiao Chun. Dying. The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he used his palm as a saber. Vast quintessence gathered in his palm. His figure flashed, and he arrived above Xiao Chen's head. Then, he hacked down with his palm. The palm wind howled, and tiny cracks appeared in space. If this palm strike landed, Xiao Chun would definitely suffer. The difference in speed was too great. One used quintessence while the other used essence. There was no way to compete. Since that was the case, there was no point in running. Thunder's Shadow Chop. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He turned around and retreated 7 steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages on the ground. Each afterimage had a saber, sending out 7 dazzling saber lights. Merge! The afterimages merged, and the saber lit up with a dazzling light. The peak saber technique that was infused with 7-fold might clashed with the blue-robed old man's horrifying palm saber. Bang! The 2 moves collided head-on, without any fancy moves. Powerful energy ripples burst out and spread out in waves. The void was refracted layer by layer. Xiao Chun retreated 3 steps, but the blue-robed old man retreated 10 steps. After the blue-robed old man stabilized himself, his expression changed greatly. He had been too careless with his palm strike. He had used only a quarter of his quintessence. Even so, he should have been able to injure a half-step martial monarch easily. Even if he could not injure the other party severely, he should not have lost to him in a clash of strength and even suffered a small loss. The blue-robed old man looked up and saw Xiao Chen's face. He was slightly stunned, and rage appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "It's you, white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chun." Sparks of electricity leaped around the saber. Xiao Chun held his saber with one hand. He remained expressionless, not showing much fear. The other party had not reached peak inferior grade martial monarch. As long as 2 martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiao Chun could not defeat the other party, he would be able to leave easily. Xiao Chun said calmly, "I am not here for your netherworld flame. If you do not stop me, I will not interfere. How about we not interfere?" "Ha ha!" The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "Not interfere? What qualifications do you have to say that? You were the one who destroyed the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City, right? Without evidence, old sir, please do not speak nonsense," Xiao Chun said unhurriedly. His calm eyes showed no fluctuations. The blue-robed old man's pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "This place is desolate and uninhabited. No one will know if I kill you." The Holy Fire Manor's Desolate City branch had been destroyed, and his son had been killed. The blue-robed old man had investigated for a long time, and Xiao Chun was the most suspicious. As long as there was this suspicion, Xiao Chun deserved to die. "It looks like you really think that you are unrivaled after becoming the champion of the 5-nation youth competition. Today, I will show you the difference between you and a martial monarch." The blue-robed old man snored his cold. Frost. Vast quintessence gathered on Xiao Chen's right palm. He casually threw a palm strike, and space trembled violently. It was like a mountain covered his head. Hu-Chi, the essence in Xiao Chen's body, instantly solidified. Thousands of purple lights shot out from all over his body. His pitch-black eyes turned deep purple as well, giving off a bright light in this dark underground. Clouds move everywhere, wind and lightning gather. Strong winds blew from all directions, and the clouds churned in the sky. Xiao Chun instantly executed the starting moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Dang! The saber and palm clashed, and a surging shock wave exploded out. The charred ground instantly exploded. Countless black rocks flew up into the air, driven by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Amid the thousands of floating rocks, the 2 exchanged moves at lightning speed. Thunder roared, and the killing intent surged. The palm wind, infused with strong quintessence, caused space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared. The shockwaves from the fight between the two caused the huge rocks floating in the surroundings to scatter like snowflakes. Along with the strong wind, the rocks scattered into the air, filling the air with dust. Earthly lightning tribulation. Wind and lightning gathered, and his aura reached its peak. Shao Chun completely unleashed the state of massacre from the throne. The berserk saber technique in his hand instantly gained an additional state of massacre. The might of the lightning tribulation immediately soared. Mountain pushing palm. The blue-robed old man was slightly startled. He circulated 70% of his quintessence, and a resplendent jade-like light surged on his right palm. When the blue-robed old man pushed his palm out, it was like a mountain moved, pushing all the wind over. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit appeared under the two. The white inattributed flame hidden in it flew out like thousands of catkins. The blue-robed old man took a step back, moving 100 meters with each step. When he landed, he left a dent in the ground. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Shao Chen's aura flourished. He did not take a single step back. He turned into the heavenly Tao and laid down a second lightning tribulation. The blue-robed old man's aura weakened, and he was knocked back another 100 meters. Divine lightning tribulation. When the final lightning tribulation descended, the blue-robed old man retreated 500 meters with a pale complexion. He had not expected that even after using 70% of his quintessence, he still could not block Shao Chun. Chi! Chi! Shao Chun looked up and discovered that the blue-robed old man's body was covered in burning quintessence at some point in time. In that instant, the blue-robed old man's aura soared wildly, reaching peak inferior grade martial monarch. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up wind everywhere. Quickly run, Shao Chun. He is burning his quintessence. Furthermore, he is using the extreme flame to burn it. You are definitely not a match for him, Ao Jiao said quickly from the lunar shadow saber. Burning quintessence was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. It drained their quintessence several times faster to increase their strength. Martial monarchs would not burn their quintessence unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, if the other party used the extreme flame to burn his quintessence, his strength would increase even more. Shao Chun understood the severity of the situation. He sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. You're still thinking of running at this time? The blue-robed old man snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Shao Chun. Everywhere he passed, the quintessence flames on his body burned a large patch of empty space. The blue-robed old man's palm wind was like thunder, pressing towards Shao Chen's back. A sense of extreme danger appeared in Shao Chen's heart. His face sank, and he quickly turned around. Then, he crossed his arms and materialized the stance of a dragon and a tiger. A dragon in the left hand and a tiger in the right. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Bang! The palm strike landed on Shao Chen's arms, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled a few times in the air before landing firmly on the ground after twisting his body. Shao Chen's chi and blood surged. The blue-robed old man's burning quintessence surged through his meridians. His internal organs were instantly damaged, and he felt intense pain. After wiping off the blood from his lips, Shao Chun knelt on one knee and smiled at the blue-robed old man. He said, "You truly are a martial monarch expert. You can injure me to such an extent with just one palm strike. I will exchange pointers with you in the future. I will definitely return this palm strike." The blue-robed old man knew Shao Chun and mocked him for bullying the weak. He said in a cold voice, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you are a king grade true dragon, you will have to kneel here today." Boom! However, just at this moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged out from Shao Chen's right eye. The purple thunder, true fire, covered the sky as it moved towards the old man. Its aura was very horrifying. Insignificant skill. This old man has played with fire all my life. A large clump of pale white flames appeared on the blue-robed old man's right hand. There was an origin flame the size of a chicken egg in that flame, looking as resplendent as a star. The blue-robed old man casually waved his hand, and this clump of flames blasted apart the purple flames that covered Xiao Chun. They turned into sparks, drifting down. The blue-robed old man revealed a cocky expression. He had cultivated his extreme Yin flame for 50 years. His origin flame was even stronger. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun dared to play with fire with him. However, the instant the flames scattered, the blue-robed old man's complexion turned green. He saw 81 figures of Xiao Chun in front of him. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. All of them flew in 81 different directions. If the blue-robed old man had personally seen Xiao Chun execute the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he might have been able to tell which one was the real one. However, now that he faced 81 figures, how could he tell which was the real one? Damn it! The rage on the Holy Fire Manor's first Manor Lord's face was indescribable. A bona fide martial monarch expert had used the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence. Unexpectedly, a half-step martial monarch brat managed to escape. It was already embarrassing enough for the first Manor Lord to make a move against a junior. In the end, he failed to stop the other party, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if word of this spread, he would not be able to keep his old face. Bang! The blue-robed old man stomped heavily on the ground. He infused all his remaining quintessence and rage into this stomp. A long crack appeared in the ground. The energy in the crack was like a knife. As the crack extended, it even cut the air in half. "Big brother, what's going on?" A voice came from behind the blue-robed old man. It was the Holy Fire Manor's second Manor Lord rushing over. He had felt the blue-robed old man burn his quintessence and thought that the blue-robed old man had run into a strong opponent. The blue-robed old man calmed himself and said, "That person is Xiao Chun." The gray-robed old man suddenly understood. He said, "The first rank of the true dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, is the prime suspect for killing the first young master? Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How?" Seeing the blue-robed old man's hostile expression, the gray-robed old man quickly shut up. He said, "He ran off just like that? Will he come and cause trouble when we are hunting the Netherworld fire spirit?" The first Manor Lord said coldly, "If he dares, it would be fine if he does not come. If he does, we can kill him as well. We will be able to obtain some of the king's luck he has. Send people to guard the exit. I don't believe that he will not come out. After we subdue the Netherworld Flame Seed, we will come and settle the score with him. Don't be so rash in the future. Those who can become martial monarchs are definitely not mediocre. I have never seen anyone use essence to clash with quintessence. That is suicide," A.O. Jiao, who was in the Lunar Shadow Saber, chided. Xiao Chun had just consumed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for treating injuries. He refined it for a while, allowing the medicinal energy to seep into his internal organs even faster. After a while, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion looked much better. When Xiao Chun heard A.O. Jiao's words, he stood up and smiled. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." After exchanging moves with that person, I gained a better understanding of my own strength. After the 5-Nation Youth Competition, Xiao Chen's strength had soared. However, he had not found a suitable opponent. Among the half-step martial monarchs, no one could interest him. The blue-robed old man happened to be an inferior grade martial monarch. By exchanging moves with him, Xiao Chun could gain a better understanding of his own strength. Chapter 615. With Xiao Chen's current combat prowess, a regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be a match for him if he did not burn his quintessence. If Xiao Chun encountered an inferior grade martial monarch like the blue-robed old man who could use the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence, there would be a gap. If Xiao Chun could advance to martial monarch and refine his essence into quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not last more than 10 moves against him, even if he burned his quintessence. Compared to Xiao Chun, Aside from having an advantage in quintessence, the blue-robed old man's martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques were inferior. If Shao Chun used the purple thunder true fire to burn his quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not even be able to last 3 moves. A fervent look flashed in Shao Chun's eyes as he looked around. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where's Ao Jiao's spirit vein's origin? I can't wait to see it. Head northeast. Walk 10 kilometers. You should be able to see a small hill. There's a restriction that the Thunder King left there. I'll help you open it." 10 kilometers was not too far. Shao Chun looked around. Although he felt a strong urge to rush over, he was not that rash. Shao Chun sat cross-legged on the ground again and continued to treat his injuries. He ensured that he would not sustain any injuries and rushed over in his best state. After 1 hour, Shao Chun opened his eyes. He felt energized. He pushed off the ground and turned into a flood dragon rushing over. However, before Shao Chun got far, he ran into some trouble. 10 odd ferocious fire spirits blocked his way. Shao Chun had seen fire spirits in the Scarlet Blood Prison, so he did not panic. He knew how to deal with these inattributed fire spirits that did not feel pain. A clump of purple thunder true fire appeared with Shao Chun's right hand. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and the flame on his palm glowed with a dazzling light. Shao Chun had taken out his origin flame. The might of the purple thunder true fire, which contained the origin flame, was completely different from before. When Shao Chun saw the fire spirits flying over, he shouted, "Life bestowal spell." The flames immediately took shape and eventually turned into 10 sharp short swords. Shao Chun swung his right hand, and the short sword shot out. Bang, 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 bang. The purple flame short swords of extreme yang stabbed into the hearts of these fire spirits and immediately exploded. The 10 troublesome fire spirits were instantly blown into countless sparks. Shao Chun smiled faintly, and a purple light flickered in his right eye. The short swords in the air turned into 10 beams of light and returned to his right eye. Relying on the short sword formed by the purple thunder true fire, Shao Chun swept his way forward. After 15 minutes, he arrived at the hill that Ao Jiao mentioned. The hill was not large, not more than 200 meters tall and stretching for 300 meters. It was black in color and looked extremely ordinary. There were countless similar hills in this underground world. The source of the spiritual vein is below here. Shao Chun walked around the hill and did not feel anything special about the spirit chi here. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary hill. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "And this spiritual vein's origin isn't suppressed by a spiritual gathering array, so the spiritual energy is leaking all year round." The Thunder King took half of it back then. He was afraid that someone would discover this place, so he casually laid down a restriction. "Wait for me for a while." Xiao. Right after Shao Chun spoke, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber. The glow of the saber immediately dimmed significantly. It had been a long time since Shao Chun had seen Ao Jiao in person. He sized her up carefully and discovered that she had not changed at all. She was a head shorter than Shao Chun. She looked like a little girl, and her sexy figure was the same as before. Looking at the mound in front of her, Ao Jiao revealed a nostalgic expression. She sighed and quickly formed hand seals with her hands. When she was done, she pointed with her dainty right hand and said, "Open." Before Shao Chun's astonished gaze, the solid hill split in half. A surging spiritual energy surged out. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go in." If the 2 people from the Holy Fire Manor sense this spiritual energy, we will be in big trouble. Shao Chun understood this principle. His figure flashed, and he turned into a purple light. Then he instantly entered the tunnel at the foot of the hill. Ao Jiao entered after him. She formed hand seals again, and the hill closed up, returning to its ordinary state. The blue-robed old man and the gray-robed old man, who were heading for the netherworld flame seed in the distance, frowned at the same time. After advancing to Martial Monarch, cultivators would start cultivating mental energy. They were extremely sensitive to the changes in spiritual energy. At that moment, both of them sensed an abnormally powerful spirit chi gushing out abruptly. The gray-robed old man said, "Big brother, should we go and take a look?" The Heavenly Extermination Lake is where the Tianwu dynasty's imperial capital used to be. A strange treasure might have appeared there. I'll go and take a look. Later, you can deal with the netherworld fire spirit, the blue-robed old man said after some thought. The tunnel was dark and gloomy. A dense spiritual fog lingered in the surroundings. The walls were covered in dew formed from spiritual energy. It looked like they had not dissipated even after thousands of years. There was no need to cultivate here. All one had to do was open their mouth and inhale, and their cultivation would increase instantly. However, Xiaochen did not dare to inhale. The spiritual fog contained many impurities. The cave was not ventilated all year round. These impurities would cause significant harm to the physical body. Xiaochen could only watch helplessly. As Xiaochen walked forward, the spiritual fog dissipated at the end of the tunnel. An underground river appeared before his eyes. The water gushed, and a fragrant spiritual energy assaulted his nose. The entire river was actually made of spiritual liquid. Xiaochen sighed and said, "This is really an extraordinary waste. How much spiritual energy has been wasted after 5,000 years, allowing a spirit river to flow continuously?" Ao Jiao, who was following behind Xiaochen, smiled slightly. She said, "How ignorant. It is just the lowest grade spirit vein. You will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. When you see the heavenly spring ancient river, you will know what a true spirit river is." After being looked down upon by Ao Jiao, Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly. He could not refute her. He knew that spirit veins were divided into different grades. However, he was not clear on how they were divided. The end of the spirit river was where the spirit veins' origin was. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Ao Jiao explained the different grades of spirit veins to Xiaochen. Spirit veins were divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 spirit veins were the most ordinary. There would not even be any spirit stone mines around them. Only rank 2 spirit veins would have spirit stones. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rank 2 spirit vein. However, the spirit stones that a rank 2 spirit vein produced were mostly inferior grade spirit stones. Medial grade spirit stones were rare. Only rank 4 spirit veins could produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. There were less than 5 peak spirit veins in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they were in a state of near exhaustion. They could no longer produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 5 spirit veins were known as holy spirit veins. There was not a single one in the Tianwu continent. Even in the Kunlun realm, they were extremely precious. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiaochen saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiaochen saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. Spiritual rain fell continuously in the spiritual fog, providing a sufficient source of water for the spirit river on the ground. In the middle of the spiritual fog, there was an azure ball of light floating quietly. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. An azure ball of light floated quietly in the center of the spiritual fog. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we made a wasted trip this time. My impression of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins' origin is boundless, like I'm in the middle of a vast sea." However, Ao Jiao smiled happily and said, "Hee, idiot master, you picked up a treasure and you still don't know anything? You are even stupider than Master Blockhead." Xiaochen felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean?" "With one look, I can tell that you have not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit veins' origin. Even the peak spirit veins' origin is only 10 meters wide. How can it be boundless?" After thinking back, Xiaochen remembered that he had indeed not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins' origin. Back then, he had only sat on the prayer mat for an instant. The boundless feeling was a scene that appeared in his mind. Ao Jiao continued. No matter how well a spirit vein is maintained, as time passes, it will slowly weaken. I estimate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin is only 10 times larger than this spirit vein's origin. You came at the right time. The spirit vein's origin here is the limit of what your body can endure. This way, the risk of your body exploding is greatly reduced. Xiaochen looked at the spirit vein's origin with a fiery gaze. He could not help but feel excited. After advancing to martial monarch, he had refined his essence into quintessence. Another door on the path of cultivation was about to open to him. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and asked Xiaochen for some superior grade spirit stones. She said with a calm expression, "Although the risk has been greatly reduced, it is not without risk. Remember this, don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. When I am done laying the spirit sealing formation, you can go and swallow the spirit vein's origin. Remember what I said, don't ever forget it." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Go ahead and lay the formation." Ao Jiao waved her right hand and a strong wind blew, clearing away the dense spiritual fog. Only the beautiful azure spirit vein's origin could be seen floating quietly in the air. Xiao! Xiao! Spirit stones flew out from Ao Jiao's hands. After she tossed out a total of 108 superior grade spirit stones, she started to form hand seals. Finally, she pointed at the spirit stones one by one. The spirit stones immediately gave off a faint glow. Lines shot out from them and linked all the spirit stones together. An extremely complicated formation immediately appeared above the spirit vein's origin. Each of the 18 corners of the formation shone with a dazzling brilliance, sealing a part of the world inside. Ao Jiao said softly, "The spirit sealing formation is already laid. The spiritual energy in the spirit vein's origin will not leak out. Go ahead." Success or failure depended on this. Xiaochen took a deep breath and floated up. He flew to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. The spirit sealing formation formed a formless plane in the air. Xiaochen did not need to move it. He could make it float. That palm-sized rank, one spirit vein's origin floated quietly above Xiaochen's head. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surging river appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The river was vast and mighty, as though it could destroy everything in the world. Xiaochen's heart sank. He finally understood that what Ao Jiao said was true. The spiritual energy contained in this palm-sized spirit vein was at least 1/10 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins. Chapter 616. Maintaining his calm, Xiaochen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer calmly. He slowly absorbed the surging spiritual energy from the spirit origin. As the river flowed, the crystalline chi whirlpool above his dantian quickly filled up. A strong energy spread throughout his body. In the time it took to breathe, Xiaochen's cultivation soared rapidly. Normally, cultivating for 10 days to half a month would not even compare to one breath of time. This kind of instant increase in strength caused all the muscles in Xiaochen's body to swell and his blood to surge. As his strength swelled, it put a lot of pressure on Xiaochen's flesh and bones. The benefits of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer manifested itself. Xiaochen's muscles swelled and his blood vessels surged. However, it was still within his control. His skin did not burst from the swelling blood vessels. Cultivators had an innate desire for strength. When their strength increased, they would unconsciously feel an intense sense of excitement and satisfaction. As long as one was human, they would not be able to avoid it. Having excitement and satisfaction was not a bad thing. It could motivate cultivators to work harder. However, there was a limit to everything. Once there was too much, it would become a bad thing. At this moment, this excitement and satisfaction surged into Xiaochen's mind 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It made him feel like his entire body was filled with energy, like it could increase endlessly. Faster, faster, faster. Xiao Qian's heart roared loudly. His face flushed red, clearly excited. Kasie. When Xiao Qian's spirit origin was drained by 2/3, the purple crystalline qi whirlpool in his body doubled in size. The bottleneck he had been waiting for finally arrived. However, that boundless energy continued to pour in endlessly. That sense of excitement filled Xiao Qian's mind. It seemed like he could still increase it slightly. It would be a pity to waste so much spiritual energy. Don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Qian's mind, Ao Jiao's words rang out in his mind. He immediately came to his senses and stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. The spirit ceiling formation was filled with spiritual energy. The mist was extremely dense, but it was locked by the light curtain around the base of the formation. Not a single bit of it leaked out. Ao Jiao's gaze pierced through the light screen. When she saw the remaining spirit veins origin above Xiao Qian's head, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Since you managed to overcome the stage of desire in the ancient desolate tower, I knew that my stupid master would not be blinded by strength." The situation just now was extremely thrilling. If Xiao Qian didn't stop, his body would have been instantly burst by the skyrocketing spiritual energy, and he would have died without any chance of survival. The crystalline cyclone above his dantian had already swelled to its limit. Its spinning speed gradually slowed down, and in the end, it completely stopped moving. Xiao! The instant the crystal cyclone came to a stop, the mental power within his sea of wisdom abruptly surged. It flowed through the Tianmin acupoint on the top of his head to the main meridian in his dantian, and a powerful mental power flowed forth like a waterfall. The mental power started to refine the essence into quintessence. This was a very difficult stage for ordinary people. However, it was very easy for Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. His vast mental power was much stronger than his essence. Refining quintessence was very easy. As the mental power entered the crystal cyclone, it slowly melted. Dida! Dida! A melodious sound rang out in Xiao Qian's body. A purple liquid that was purer and stronger than the solidified essence appeared above Xiao Qian's dantian drop by drop. After that, it flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Qian's body. When Xiao Qian felt the purer and denser energy, he rejoiced. He muttered to himself, "Is this quintessence?" Originally, with Xiao Qian's vast essence, the process of refining quintessence would take at least 2 months. However, his mental power was more than 100 times stronger than others. This time was greatly reduced. After 1 hour, all the essence had been refined into quintessence. The purple quintessence circulated in the main meridians and minor meridians for a great cycle before returning to the dantian and forming 99 drops of purple liquid. Bang! Xiao Qian opened his eyes. The instant he stopped, the strong energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The entire ground started to tremble. The blue-robed old man on the ground searched for a long time, but could not find the source of the strange spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave, the mound behind him suddenly trembled. The blue-robed old man soared into the air and cautiously sized up the unremarkable mound. Strong self-confidence flickered in Xiao Qian's eyes. He circulated a drop of purple quintessence and casually sent out a strand of saber qi formed from quintessence. In that instant, a long, pitch-black crack appeared in space. Sensing that the drop of quintessence was far from exhausted, Xiao Qian's right hand did not stop moving. He sent out 130 strands of saber qi in succession. The space in front of him was like a piece of cloth, shattering into pieces. Quintessence was quintessence. In the past, Xiao Qian had to use the Thunder Shadow chop to shatter space. Now, he could tear space with a casual strike. I finally advanced to Martial Monarch. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Xiao Qian landed beside Ao Jiao with a so sound. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I advanced to Martial Monarch." Ao Jiao was happy for Xiao Qian in her heart. However, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Go back first and stabilize your cultivation. You still cannot control your quintessence perfectly." The two of them returned the way they came. When the mound above them opened up again, a ferocious palm wind pressed down. "After waiting for so long, it turns out that it is you, little bastard, who caused this commotion. Quickly take out the treasures that you obtained." The blue-robed old man had a ferocious expression. Quintessence covered his palm as he sent a ferocious palm wind at Xiao Chen's head. When faced with the sudden appearance of the blue-robed old man, Xiao Chen was startled at first. After all, anyone who was not mentally prepared would be shocked when suddenly attacked. After a while, Xiao Chen smiled gently. He had just advanced to martial monarch and had not had the time to test out his strength. The blue-robed old man had arrived at the right time. With a thought, the 3 drops of purple liquid in his dantian instantly poured into his meridians and turned into surging quintessence. Then, Xiao Chen sent out a punch. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a strong shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the 2 halves of the mound were shattered by the quintessence from the 2, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! The energy from Xiao Chen's fist was boundless and shockingly pure. The blue-robed old man was knocked back several dozen steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. When the blue-robed old man saw the light flickering on Xiao Chen's fist, he said in astonishment, "This is quintessence. How did you advance to martial monarch in just half a day?" The blue-robed old man could not be blamed for being astonished. When a regular cultivator reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Then they would cultivate their mental energy and refine their essence. Only when they finished refining their essence would they be considered martial monarchs. Cultivators with strong talent for mental energy would need at least 3 months to do this. Those with weak talent for mental energy would need at least 2 or 3 years. Very few people could be like Xiao Chen. From the very start, his cultivation technique tempered his mental energy. Furthermore, he managed to open his sea of consciousness when he was a martial king. Mental energy was much stronger than essence. Even though Xiao Chen had reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, his mental energy was still stronger than his essence. Hence, the speed at which he refined quintessence was astonishingly fast. Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need for a person who is about to die to know so much. Earlier, you gave me a palm strike. Now, I will return the favor with a fist strike." However, the blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "So what if you advance to martial monarch? I became a martial monarch 10 years ago. My control of quintessence is incomparable to yours. This place is where the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty used to be. You must have obtained some miraculous medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would not have advanced to martial monarch so quickly. You just consumed the medicinal pill. Your body will not be able to digest it completely. After I capture you, I will extract your blood, skin you, and refine you again. My cultivation will definitely reach peak inferior grade martial monarch." Chi! Chi! Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, a faint blue quintessence appeared on his body. As the extreme Yin flame burned, the quintessence turned into a pale white halo that surrounded him. His aura soared as he prepared to take down Xiao Chen in one move. Mountain pushing palm. After the blue-robed old man burned his quintessence, he sent out a palm strike. The air flowed in reverse. The force of his palm strike seemed to push the entire space. A strong pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt a slight pain in his bones, flesh, and skin. A regular cultivator would have been crushed into a meat patty before the palm strike arrived. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, and his strong physical body immediately became as hard as frost iron. He stood there like a mountain, allowing the wind to press down on him without moving. When the other party's palm strike was about 100 meters away, Xiao Chen circulated all 99 drops of purple liquid in his body. He finally made his move. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a dazzling light. Thunder shadow chop. Xiao Qian's aura flourished as he took 7 steps forward. With each step, he swung his saber. The quintessence on the saber surged, and every saber strike easily tore a tear in space. When he finished taking 7 steps, his aura reached its peak. The 7 afterimages merged, and Xiao Qian swung his saber. The immortal state of thunder made the electric light on the saber eternal and inextinguishable. Furthermore, it worked with his 60% comprehended saber intent. The might of this saber strike was unimaginably great. The electric light exploded and broke through the blue-robed old man's palm strike. Xiao Qian searched for an opening and pressed his saber forward. The other party's protective quintessence blocked for a while before it broke. Pu Ci. The quintessence contained in the saber light knocked the blue-robed old man back a kilometer. It left a bloody wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The purple quintessence was like a berserk bolt of lightning as it surged through the old man's body. It shattered the quintessence coming out of the other party's dantian. It was simply unblockable. The blue-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. He paled as he looked at Xiao Qian in horror. He muttered, "That's impossible. You just advanced to martial monarch. How is it that even after I burn my quintessence, I still cannot block your quintessence?" A heaven-ranked cultivation technique. He must be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such strong quintessence after advancing. When the blue-robed old man thought of this possibility, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and fled. The other party possessed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and was an absolute genius. After he advanced to martial monarch, even inferior-grade martial monarchs would not be a match for him. The first rank of the true dragon ranking could not be judged with common sense. Xiao Qian continued flying. As Xiao Qian watched the blue-robed old man flee, he sheathed his saber and stood still. He was not in a rush to give chase. The quintessence in his body surged, and dragon roars came from his abdomen. A strong wind howled, and boundless shock waves spread out. Chapter 617. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qian shouted, and an ancient blue dragon appeared under his feet. The blue dragon tail swung gently, and an overwhelming force surged out. The blue dragon tail whip sent Xiao Qian's body flying in a long arc in the air, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Qian had cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to small perfection long ago. However, he had always been limited by his cultivation, unable to bring out the true might of this heaven-ranked movement technique. Now that Xiao Qian had advanced to martial monarch, his quintessence surged. When the blue dragon tail whip was executed, its aura was extremely horrifying. A strong wind blew, and it arrived at the blue-robed old man's side. Spring Thunder Chop Die. Accompanying the strong wind was the first move of Xiao Qian's four-season saber technique. Spring thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Qian used his quintessence to drive the cycle of seasons. When the saber chopped down, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness. The blue-robed old man felt a chill in his heart. Extreme flame explode. The blue-robed old man knew he was no match for this unparalleled saber light. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. A white light as resplendent and dazzling as a star appeared in the center of the flame. This was the origin flame that the blue-robed old man had refined for decades. At the moment of life and death, he planned to explode this origin flame to buy time to escape. Who? The star-like origin flame flickered with light continuously. A horrifying energy spread out from it. Xiao Qian's face sank. That origin heart was already the size of a chicken egg. If it exploded, the power it would create would be terrifying. At such a close distance, Xiao Qian would definitely be injured. However, if he retreated, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the blue-robed old man. This person was a martial monarch. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiao Qian killed his son. Even if Xiao Qian was not afraid, he would still hurt his friends and family. If the other party became ruthless and hurt his friends and family, then it would be too late for regrets. This person must not be allowed to live. He had to stabilize this extreme flame first. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun quickly sheathed his saber and dissipated the force of this spring thunder chop. However, because he had just advanced to martial monarch, he had not reached the level where he could control his quintessence as he pleased. Some of his quintessence leaked out unavoidably, digging deep holes in the ground. Extreme flames go. He casually tore off the blue strip of cloth in front of his forehead, and an even paler flame floated out from between his eyebrows. In the center of the flame, there was also a speck of white light that was as bright as a star. It was the lunar flame's origin core. It was only the size of a grain of rice, but when it flew out and collided with the egg-sized origin core, the extreme flame, which had been extremely restless and violent, and was about to explode at any moment, instantly calmed down. The rice grain-sized origin flame ignored the origin flame, which was countless times larger than it, and climbed up to devour it greedily. The lunar flame was the flame of the highest grade among the attributed flames. No matter how much the extreme flame resisted, it would only be swallowed up. Xiao Chun didn't even look at them. He leaped over the two tangled flames and continued chasing after the blue-robed old man. Damn it! How did he catch up to us again? The blue-robed old man's face was ashen, and he sped up once more. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape from Xiao Chun, who had unleashed the true might of the Blue Dragon Cloud's soaring art. Spring Thunder Chop. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chun caught up to the blue-robed old man. This time, he did not give the blue-robed old man a chance to use his trump card. He executed both the spring and summer sabers consecutively. He used his quintessence to drive the power of the cycle of seasons. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. With these two sabers, the blue-robed old man's body turned into a pool of blood, his bones shattered. Amid the blood rain, a spatial ring flickering with a dim light appeared. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand, and the spatial ring flew over. Then, he tossed it into his universe ring and ignored it. Xiao Chun looked around and saw saber chi, made of purple quintessence, filling the air. They pierced thousands of holes in space, leaving pitch-black holes in it. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, "I just advanced to inferior grade, martial monarch. I need to spend more time to control my quintessence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to fight a medial grade martial monarch like this." Xiao Chun calmly summarized the earlier battle. He did not feel any pride from defeating an inferior grade martial monarch. He was a king grade true dragon. He would not be inferior to anyone of the same cultivation. After cultivating a heaven-rank cultivation technique and advancing to martial monarch by swallowing a spirit vein's origin, it would be strange if he could not deal with an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, an intense battle took place in the lava in the distance. All sorts of explosions resounded without end. The lava did not have surging heat waves or boundless smoke. On the contrary, it was dark and gloomy, filled with a cold chi. It was incredibly gloomy, looking very strange. A green flower bloomed in the center of the lava. Its petals were jade green and crystalline. A gloomy green flame in the center of the flower gave off a dazzling light and a boundless chill. Needless to say, this green flame was the netherworld flame seed. There were 2-meter-tall black fire spirits in front of the petals. The black fire spirits were different from regular fire spirits. They already had eyes, a mouth, and a nose on their faces. Their eyes flickered with light. Clearly, they had some intelligence. There was also a layer of black cuticle on the surface of their bodies, looking like solid, natural armor. The people of the Holy Fire Manor fought the two netherworld fire spirits intensely. The gray-robed old man faced one netherworld fire spirit alone. The remaining half-step martial monarchs and peak martial kings of the Holy Fire Manor worked together to deal with the other. Based on the situation of the two sides, one could easily see the huge difference between a half-step martial monarch and a martial monarch. The gray-robed old man faced the netherworld fire spirit alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even held the upper hand. After another few hundred moves, the netherworld fire spirit would definitely lose. On the other hand, the group of 100 people with 10 half-step martial monarchs could only barely block the attacks of the netherworld fire spirit. They could only wait for the gray-robed old man to finish and come over to help. I wonder how long Big Brother will be gone for. If he were here, we would have been able to take away the netherworld flame seed long ago, the gray-robed old man thought to himself. However, he was not worried about the blue-robed old man's safety. Given his understanding of the blue-robed old man's strength, even if the blue-robed old man met a troublesome demonic beast, he should be able to escape easily. After Xiao Chun dealt with his opponent, he returned to where the extreme Yin Flame and the Lunar True Flame were fighting. As the Lunar True Flame swallowed the extreme Yin Flame's origin flame, it had shrunk significantly. However, it continued to resist tenaciously. The Lunar True Flame's origin flame was still too weak. If the blue-robed old man were still here, the extreme Yin Flame might have been able to devour the Lunar True Flame under his control. However, the blue-robed old man was already dead, and Xiao Chun had rushed back. No matter how the extreme Yin Flame resisted, it could not avoid its fate of being devoured. Xiao Chun's gaze sank slightly. He extended out his spiritual sense and took the initiative to control the Lunar True Flame. Chi. One had a master, and the other had no master. The Lunar True Flame swallowed the Lunar True Flame at a much faster rate. Time slowly went by. After 1 hour, the last strand of light of the extreme Yin Flame faded away. Xiao Chun's Lunar True Flame finally swallowed it all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiao Chun said, softly, actively swallowing it like this really exhausted a lot of mental energy. However, the result is still satisfactory. The Lunar True Flame's origin flame in the air in front of Xiao Chun had already expanded from its original size of a grain of rice to the size of a pearl. Xiao Chun pointed casually, and the palm-sized Lunar True Flame crashed into a stone pillar. Pusii. The stone pillar silently burned into a pile of rubble. The destructive power of the Lunar True Flame was a stark contrast to the berserk purple Thunder True Fire. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Now that the Lunar True Flame already possessed some combat prowess, it would be very inconvenient to fight with it in the sea of consciousness. I already have the purple Thunder True Fire in my right eye. I'll put this Lunar True Flame in my left eye then. Xiao. A light flashed, and the Lunar True Flame, together with the Lunar True Flame's origin flame, entered his left eye. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the Lunar True Flame in his left eye. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. A purple light spread out from his right eye, and a fierce flame burned endlessly. His left eye flickered with a white light, and a cold chi spread out. It looked much weaker than his right eye. With a thought, the mysterious phenomenon in his eyes disappeared. Xiao Chun muttered, if I want to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the stage of desire, I need to achieve a balance between Yin and Yang. The Lunar True Flame is still too weak. Even if the might of the Purple Thunder True Fire is reduced by half, it will not achieve a balance between Yin and Yang. Boom! At this moment, a muffled explosion resounded at the end of their line of sight. At the end of their line of sight, a cold flame soared into the sky, illuminating the dark underground space with a deathly white light. It should be another martial monarch of the Holy Fire Manor preparing to retrieve the Netherworld Flame Seed. Let's go and take a look. Circulating the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, Xiao Chun immediately soared into the air. Quintessence circulated in his body, and dragon roars came from his body. An indistinct blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chun's feet, carrying Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's feet did not touch the ground as he moved up and down. His speed reached Mach 5. Xiao Chun's body tore through space, creating a long shock wave behind him. It was like two formless waves moving up and down. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Chun arrived at the scene of the commotion. A vast expanse of lava filled his vision. Under the gray-robed old man's lead, the Holy Fire Manor's people attacked the final Netherworld fire spirit in an orderly fashion. Under the gray-robed old man's strong attacks, the Netherworld fire spirit was forced back. The morale of the Holy Fire Manor's people soared, and they were filled with vigor. On a mound, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he looked at everything in front of him. Looking up, Xiao Chun saw the green flower petals behind the Netherworld fire spirit. There was a clump of green flame in the flower petals, giving off a boundless cold light. That is the Netherworld flower. However, the Netherworld flame seed does not seem to have matured yet. The Holy Fire Manor's people were too anxious. Back then, the mature flame seed that the Thunder King took away was orange. Oh, Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chan felt somewhat disappointed. An immature flame seed was like an unripe fruit. No matter how precious it was, its value would be greatly reduced. Let's go. There is no need to remain here. The flame seed had not matured yet, so Xiao Chun lost interest in fighting for it. He gave the blooming Netherworld flower one last glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. If the immature flame seed is taken away, the Netherworld flower will immediately wither. From then on, there will no longer be a Netherworld flame. Rather than letting these people waste it, you might as well uproot the Netherworld flower and preserve the flame seed temporarily. Chapter 618. Xiao Chen stopped and muttered, "However, without the nourishment of Yin energy, even if I uproot it, this Netherworld flower will wither soon." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. Just store all the land in the universe ring. This Netherworld flower should be able to survive for about a year. When you go to the Kunlun realm, there's an immortal spirit ring for storing natural treasures. If you place this Netherworld flower in there, it will continue to grow. Furthermore, it looks like the Netherworld flower will mature soon. The Holy Fire Manor's people probably do not know much about the Netherworld flower. That's why they were so rash." Xiao Chun had always done things in a straightforward manner, swift and decisive. If there was no value, he would leave immediately. If there was value in preserving it, the moment Ao Jiao spoke, he took action. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and an indistinct blue dragon appeared under his feet. In that instant, he leaped over everyone's heads and landed beside the Netherworld flower. Boom! When the Holy Fire Manor's people, who had just defeated the last Netherworld fire spirit, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were all startled, their faces filled with rage. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chun, who had his back to them. His heart immediately sank as he stared at Xiao Chun. The quintessence in his body surged, causing the gray-robed old man's clothes to flutter. The surrounding people all felt a significant pressure. "Who are you? Why are you snatching my Holy Fire Manor's Netherworld flame seed?" The gray-robed old man's aura pressed down on Xiao Chun like a strong wind. His pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread out. He clenched his right fist tightly, preparing to attack at any moment. Xiao Chen's back faced the crowd. Under the pressure of the gray-robed old man's aura, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, "The Netherworld flower is nurtured by nature. How can it be your Holy Fire Manors? I want the flame seed. You all can go." "Huh, what a nurtured by nature. What my Holy Fire Manor saw naturally belongs to my Holy Fire Manor. How is it your Holy Fire Manor's turn to speak? You can stay as well." The gray-robed old man sneered. The aura that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted, and the shockwave caused dust to fill the sky. Stomping heavily on the ground, the gray-robed old man soared into the sky like a ferocious tiger, throwing a punch at Xiao Chun. The wind howled, and quintessence covered his fist, giving off a faint glow. Hearing the sound of the wind, Xiao Chun turned around and faced the ferocious punch. Unfazed, Zhang Xian clenched his fist and drove half of the Jinqi in his body before sending a punch of his own. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xiao Chun did not move at all. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man, who rushed over like a ferocious tiger, flew back. The aura in his body turned chaotic, and he felt his arm go slightly numb. He looked at Xiao Chun with a strange expression. He clearly felt that Xiao Chun had just advanced to Martial Monarch. However, the surging quintessence far surpassed his. It's you, White Robe Bladesman Xiao Chun. I have seen the True Dragon rankings name list before. It really is him, the first rank of this True Dragon ranking. Furthermore, he is a king-grade True Dragon genius. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans lost to him. Isn't he only a half-step Martial Monarch? How did he advance to Martial Monarch in less than a month? When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, his expression changed drastically. The Holy Fire Manor's people behind him also started discussing this matter. The gray-robed old man's expression sank completely. He said, "I only used 60% of my strength earlier. If you think you could defeat me with that, you are too naive." The gray-robed old man shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. Then, he instantly burned it with an extreme flame. A blazing quintessence flame appeared on his body. The gray-robed old man's aura rose to peak inferior grade Martial Monarch, forcing the surrounding cultivators to take a few steps back. That oppressive aura was not something they could endure. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. A huge ferocious tiger image materialized behind the gray-robed old man as he charged over again. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his body and circulated his vital qi as well. Quintessence and vital qi merged as Xiao Chun executed the first move of the Dragon Claw Fist, Berserk Dragon. A realistic dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. The Berserk Dragon roared ferociously as it punched. Boom! The tiger and dragon clashed, roaring continuously. The instant the fists clashed, the tiger image behind the gray-robed old man crumbled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. I never said that I would use my full power. Xiao Chun leaped forward and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A blue dragon image flickered under his feet. In a breath, he caught up to the gray-robed old man. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun formed his left hand into a claw and swung it back. 5 azure-colored claw marks appeared and knocked the gray-robed old man back again. A dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's chest. He brought out his small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon image and moved up and down in midair, alternating between punches and claws. Bang! 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 At first, the gray-robed old man could still keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. After exchanging a few moves, he slowly fell into a passive state, getting beaten up. Quintessence exploded on the gray-robed old man's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The fists and claws did not stop. In midair, Xiao Chun sent the old man flying like a sandbag. He only stopped after flying for 1,000 meters. The group of Holy Fire Manor's elders and elite members were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw. Normally, the second Manor Lord was an undefeatable existence in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a youth to the point where he could not retaliate. It was extremely tragic. A king-grade true dragon genius is not something we can imagine. He is already so powerful when he just advanced to Martial Monarch. Indeed, the second Manor Lord has already advanced to Martial Monarch for almost 5 years. However, he could not retaliate at all. This operation is probably going to fail. Even if the first Manor Lord comes, he will not be a match for him. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chun roared ferociously. The azure dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left merged, forming a complete blue dragon. Then, it soared towards the gray-robed old man. Bang! The gray-robed old man, who had just gotten up, vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could no longer get up. The surrounding Holy Fire Manor cultivators were all frightened. No one dared to make a sound. No one dared to go over and help. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed was not something that people of their level could interfere with. The gray-robed old man was severely injured. When he saw Xiao Chun walking over, he said hatefully. "The first manor lord will be rushing over soon. White-robed brat, you will not be able to escape death in the end." Xiao Chan said softly, "Sorry to disappoint you. He will never be coming." "You killed him," the gray-robed old man exclaimed in extreme shock, his final hope dashed. Xiao Chen did not answer the gray-robed old man's question. He casually flicked a strand of purple flame through the gray-robed old man's forehead and took away his spatial ring. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he discovered a pale, white flame coming out of the gray-robed old man's corpse. There was an origin flame the size of half a chicken egg in the flame. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "This is a pleasant surprise." The lunar true flame surged out from Xiao Chen's left eye. After it swallowed up the origin flame, the lunar true flame's origin flame expanded once again. The lunar flame, which had been extremely weak all this while, finally had some killing power. After Xiao Chen finished doing all this, he turned around and discovered that the other elders of the Holy Fire Manor and the many Martial King elites had all scattered, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with you. He gently waved his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then he slowly floated above the netherworld flower. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the lava below. Then he looked around and felt confident. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and swung it at the ground 4 times. 4 strands of purple saber chi shot out from the saber's edge. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! 4 cracks connected to each other appeared on the ground. It was like a piece of tofu. Xiao Chen's saber chi carved out a perfect square. The netherworld flower bloomed quietly in the center. "Rise!" Xiao Chen leaped down and smacked the ground heavily with his palm. The ground trembled violently. The square piece of land, separated by the crack, slowly rose up under the force of his palm. After it rose to a height of 100 meters, Xiao Chen circulated all the quintessence in his body and chopped it in half. Xiao Chen separated the huge piece of lava, which contained the netherworld flower, just like that. A dim light flashed in the universe ring. Xiao Chen moved the piece of lava into the universe ring. "I'll leave from above. I just advanced to Martial Monarch. I have to find a place to familiarize myself with my current strength." After Xiao Chen did all this, he looked up at the rock a kilometer above him. He could feel that the rock was not particularly hard. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. A hole immediately appeared in the rock. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen punched a hole in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Then, he reappeared in the lake. After a while, he was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He kicked up huge waves, and the fresh air that he had not experienced in a long time blew over. After flying around, Xiao Chen found an uninhabited island. He immediately landed and took out the spatial rings of the 2 martial monarchs. There was some anticipation in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The spatial rings of martial monarchs should not be too poor. I hope there will be some gains. First, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the gray-robed old man. Then, he looked around and immediately discovered more than 5,000 superior Great Spirit stones filled with spiritual energy. What Xiao Chen lacked now were superior Great Spirit stones. Naturally, he accepted them without standing on ceremony. There were very few superior Great Spirit stones. However, there were a frightening number of medial Great Spirit stones, a total of 3 million. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it made sense. There were only a few rank 4 spirit veins that could produce superior Great Spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. It was easy to imagine how many superior Great Spirit stones they produced every year. On the other hand, there were many rank 3 spirit veins that produced medial Great Spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. Given the gray-robed old man's status, it was not strange for him to obtain such a large number of medial Great Spirit stones. As for the miscellaneous items, such as a few inferior grade secret treasures and some earth-rank spirit weapons, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. He casually tossed them aside. After that, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the blue-robed old man. As the first Manor Lord of the Holy Fire Manor, he should have more wealth than the gray-robed old man. Indeed, after Shao Chun opened the spatial ring, he counted the number of superior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. There were even more medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 5 million. In total, Shao Chun had a total of 8 million medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 619. Unfortunately, now that Shao Chun had advanced to Martial Monarch, he could only use so many medial-grade spirit stones as currency. They were of no use to him. Martial Monarchs could only cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. The effects of medial-grade spirit stones were almost negligible. Everyone knew this principle. However, there were very few martial monarchs in the Tianwu continent who could use superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate every day. This was because superior-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Sky Dome realm. Regular martial monarchs could only use superior-grade spirit stones once in a while. They could only use medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate. This was the case for the gray-robed old man and the blue-robed old man. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all the superior-grade spirit stones in their rings long ago. Shao Chun gained a deeper understanding of what Old Feng said about the Tianwu continent not being able to support so many geniuses. At this moment, Shao Chun understood that if he wanted to maintain his previous cultivation speed, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. Remaining in the Sky Dome realm would only be a waste of his talent. Collecting his thoughts, Shao Chun shifted his gaze to the netherworld flower in the universe ring. This was his greatest gain on this trip. If the lunar true flame consumed the netherworld flame seed after it matured, the lunar true flame's origin flame would definitely improve rapidly. The pile of lava in the universe ring occupied half the space. He could see the netherworld flower's core withering at an extremely slow pace. If I cannot find an immortal spirit ring in 1 year, this netherworld flower will probably die, Shao Chun muttered as he withdrew his gaze. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although an immortal spirit ring is precious, unless it is a peak immortal spirit ring, you will definitely be able to handle it." Shao Chun smiled faintly and did not bother with this matter. He looked around and found a suitable empty space to start cultivating in. There is a huge difference between quintessence and essence. The former was more than 100 times stronger. This was the first time Shao Chun grasped such a strong force. He needed to cultivate for a while before he could control it perfectly. Otherwise, when he fought, his quintessence would leak out uncontrollably, and he would not be able to control it properly. There were also some martial techniques that he could bring out after advancing to Martial Monarch, such as the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, the Dragon Subduing Slash, and the Battle Sage's Origin Strength character formula. He needed to comprehend these properly before he could execute them as he wished. The sun rose and set, one day at a time. Shao Chun cultivated alone on the desolate island. Shao Chun slowly familiarized himself with his control of quintessence. The might of the small perfection Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art reached perfection. He could already use the first move of the Dragon Subduing Slash. His quintessence to himself. And King Chin's much more. Chin's Sovereign Chin's SS, Tion. The Chin's Mini Chun could too. To the King now, that the much to the Spirit King. Chin's Mini to Chun that. He King Mini, Spirit, he that he, Spirit, that Chin's Chun to the Spirit had now. Many with kings. The sequelae of the Dragon's Subduing Slash's 4-season saber technique were much better than before. When Shao Chun used his quintessence, his might was several times stronger than before. When Shao Chun used his quintessence, the peak Earth rank 4-season saber techniques, 4-season saber technique increased the various mysterious phenomena of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The most powerful was the Battle Sage's Origin Strength character formula. Once he used it, it could increase the combat prowess of any martial technique by 33 times. However, the quintessence that it exhausted was too heaven-defying. Even the vast 99 drops of quintessence in Shao Chun's body were insufficient. Shao Chun used it once, and it even overdrew on his body. Furthermore, This was only for an ordinary martial technique. If he used it on the dragon's subduing slash, it would suck out all his flesh. No wonder Ao Jiao said that no one under Martial Monarch would be able to execute the strength character formula. The quintessence required was simply too horrifying. It could only be used as a trump card. After Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Monarch, all the accumulations that he had accumulated before becoming a Martial Monarch erupted out tenfold or even 100-fold. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could truly be called a king-grade true dragon genius. He was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, a king among martial monarchs. Xiao Chun could casually squish a regular inferior grade martial monarch to death. He would need to put in some effort to deal with a medial grade martial monarch. If he ran into a peak medial grade martial monarch, his chances of victory were at least 70%. He might even be able to hold his own against a superior grade martial monarch. Of course, this only referred to the martial monarchs of the Tianwu continent. As for the situation in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun did not know, so he could not comment on it. When facing the geniuses of the other 3,000 great realms, the situation might be different. Their accumulations and talent might not be weaker than his. Furthermore, the situation would be unpredictable for the native geniuses of the Kunlun realm. Hence, Xiao Chun did not feel arrogant or complacent about his current strength. He still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. On this particular day, Xiao Chun woke up from his cultivation. He casually tossed aside the 2 exhausted superior grade spirit stones and opened his eyes. A purple flame burned in his right eye, burning endlessly. A white light flickered in his left eye, giving off an overwhelming cold chi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a speck of purple light and a speck of white light. They gave off a light that was even more dazzling than the stars. For the past few days, Xiao Chun had been trying to recall how he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the space of desire. Now, he finally had some ideas, so he decided to execute it and test it out. Xiao, the purple origin flame in his right eye flew out first. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Chun only drew out a portion of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. After that, the lunar true fire's origin flame also flew out. It stood side by side with the purple origin flame in the air, separated by about 1 centimeter. Even though only half of the lunar true fire's origin flame was gone, it was still larger than the lunar true fire's. However, the lunar true fire's grade was higher than the purple thunder true fire's. If it could reach the size of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame, its might would definitely surpass the lunar true fire's. The extreme of Yin was the lunar true fire, and the extreme of Yang was the solar true fire. Only the solar true fire could match the lunar true fire. Although the purple thunder true fire was the purest of Yang, it was still inferior in grade. The solar true fire was too far away. It was not something that Xiao Chun could think about for now. So he looked at the 2 clumps of origin flame in front. Xiao Chun started to carefully test the might of the 2. He had to achieve an absolute balance. Yin and Yang intersected. Neither was stronger than the other. They could not reach a state where Yin and Yang could not coexist. Bang, bang, bang. The purple flame and white flame crashed into the ground repeatedly. Xiao Chun patiently checked the destructive power of the 2. Repeating this, Xiao Chun increased and decreased the purple origin flame's power. After thousands of tests, he finally confirmed that the 2 reached the absolute balance that he wanted. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The night sky was dark, and the sun could not be seen. Only 2 clumps of light could be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Yin and Yang move, Xiao Chun shouted. His spiritual sense controlled the 2 clumps of origin flame, and they moved quickly between the 2 clumps of light. 1 purple and 1 white. The 2 clumps of light chased each other like fishes. However, there seemed to be an invisible curve between the 2, separating them. Even if they chased each other for 10,000 years, neither would catch up to the other. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. Slowly, he found a feeling. Everything that he experienced in the space of desire appeared in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. Yin and Yang merge. Xiao Chun shouted again, and a ring appeared around the two chasing fishes, tightly encircling them. Finally, a Taiji diagram appeared. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and felt even more at ease. His sea of consciousness surged as he infused even more mental energy into it. Boom! Yin Yang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared around the ring. 2 gentle tornadoes appeared around Xiao Chun, chasing each other and rushing into the clouds. Yin and Yang break. The Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram finally took shape. Xiao Chun shouted and pointed at the mountain in front. The Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram flew over. The Taiji diagram moved quickly and pressed down on the mountain. Bang! 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 The mountain exploded from top to bottom. When the entire Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram landed on the ground, it completely flattened the mountain. Boundless dust quickly scattered in all directions. Joy flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The might of the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram far surpassed his expectations. Although it could not achieve the effect of severely injuring a peak martial monarch in the space of desire, the current Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram still had a lot of room for improvement. If the Purple Thunder True Fire and Lunar True Flame improved further one day, killing a peak martial monarch might not be a dream. Withdraw. Xiao Chun gently waved his right hand, and the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram on the ground returned to Xiao Chun with a shio sound. The purple and white origin flames swam around happily. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions appeared around the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram. As the light circulated, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained quickly. Aside from the energy of the 2 flames, the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram drained mental energy as well. However, it was still within Xiao Chen's limits. With his surging mental energy, he should be able to execute this Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram 10 times in one day with ease. Xiao Chun, why does your Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram have the shadow of an immortal technique in it? Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, asked doubtfully. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao replied, "Disregarding the martial techniques of the few body-tempering cultivators, the creation of any martial technique uses quintessence as a foundation. Only immortal techniques use mental energy as a foundation. Of course, the mental energy of immortal cultivators is refined. They call it magic energy." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He recalled what Lung Yu had said about immortal techniques. He asked, "Ao Jiao, are there people in the Kunlun realm who cultivate immortal techniques?" "There are, but there are very few of them. Immortal techniques are a cultivation system from the previous epoch. After the destruction of the previous epoch, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It is no longer suitable for cultivating immortal techniques. The complete cultivation system for immortal techniques has already lost its inheritance long ago. Now, the cultivation system reigns supreme over the martial Tao. Furthermore, immortal techniques are not something that just anyone can cultivate. They are very profound and depend on one's immortal affinity." Since Xiao Chun asked, Ao Jiao told him what she knew. However, what she knew was limited, and Xiao Chun did not learn anything useful. However, there are many immortal sect remnants in the Kunlun realm. I think you are someone with an immortal affinity. You might be able to gain something if you go there. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and avoided this topic. He said, "Ao Jiao, come out and help me test the defense of this Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram. See how strong it is." Compared to the offensive capabilities of the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram, Xiao Chun valued its defense more. Although his physical body was strong, he lacked a strong defensive martial technique. Chapter 620. Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and looked at the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram in front of Xiao Chun. She said interestedly, "I am now as strong as a peak martial monarch. How much of my strength are you going to use?" Xiao Chun muttered, "Use half first." A peak martial monarch. That kind of person had refined their quintessence to the limit. Xiao Chun could not underestimate them. nor did he dare to be careless. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Ao Jiao charged over. Her petite figure flickered in the air and punched the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bang! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. Shock waves surged out, kicking up a strong wind in all directions. Amid the light, Ao Jiao somersaulted 3 times in the air before she managed to dissipate the force of the rebound. When Xiao Chun saw the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram glowing brightly with the 8 trigrams and 4 divisions, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Her playful attitude from earlier diminished significantly. Xiao Chun felt somewhat dizzy. After enduring half of Ao Jiao's strength, only half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness remained. Use your full power, Xiao Chun said with a grave expression as he clenched his teeth. Ao Jiao nodded, and her aura soared for some reason. She was clearly petite and cute, but she gave off a vast and majestic aura. This time, Xiao Chen's eyes did not capture Ao Jiao's figure. Her attack landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded with light. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions shattered one after another. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. The shockwave from the fist force knocked him back 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. However, he revealed a joyful smile. I succeeded. Peak martial monarch, only half a step away from martial sage. This was the cultivation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Shun Manjun. A newly advanced martial monarch was able to block the full power strike of a peak martial monarch and suffer only minor injuries. No one would believe this. Ao Jiao, who was in the air, had an unsightly expression. The instant the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded, the force of the rebound was doubled, which was equivalent to her taking on twice the force of the punch alone. Xiao Chen hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Ao Jiao regulated her breathing for a while and smiled. She said, "It's fine. If you had endured an attack twice as strong, you would have died for sure. The endurance of a peak martial monarch is greater than you think. So, if you meet a peak martial monarch, even if the other party is severely injured, do not let a guard down." The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could attack and defend, advance and retreat. Xiao Chun finally had a trump card that belonged to him. It did not originate from the Blue Dragon martial technique, nor did it originate from the Bai Clan's 4-season saber technique, nor did it originate from the various secret techniques of the Battle Sage origins. In the 3,000 Great Realms, only Xiao Chun knew the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the future, if he could collect both the Silver Titanium Flame and the Sun Flame, this move would definitely become famous in the Kunlun realm. After resting on the small island for a few more days, Xiao Chun started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On the way here, he still needed to use the Scarlet Throne. On the way back, Xiao Chun directly used Quintessence to travel. His speed was even faster than the Scarlet Throne. However, it exhausted Quintessence. The Scarlet Throne did not exhaust much, so it could be used in many situations. 5 days later, the undulating Lingyun mountain range appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The moment Xiao Chun landed at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on guard immediately recognized him. "Senior brother Xiao Chun, you finally returned. The First Elder is looking for you everywhere," 2 disciples said respectfully when they saw Xiao Chun. By now, Xiao Chun was already a legendary figure in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As word of mouth spread, he became someone who surpassed the Thunder King. Previously, Xiao Chun wanted to explain himself. However, the more he said it, the more ridiculous it became. He could only smile bitterly and accept it helplessly. Why is the First Elder looking for me? Under normal circumstances, the First Elder would not be in such a rush to look for him. The 2 disciples shook their heads and said, "I'm not sure. Go directly to the main hall of the Heaven viewing platform. I heard that an incredible person is coming." Xiao Chen nodded gently. He no longer hesitated and flew to the heaven viewing platform. Xiao Chun stood on a blue dragon image and moved up and down in the air. Then, he disappeared from the eyes of the two disciples on guard. As the two disciples watched Xiao Chun leave, an envious look flashed in their eyes. Senior brother Xiao Chun is becoming more and more powerful. I feel like his aura is no different from those supreme elders. There is nothing to be envious about. When we cultivate in the heavenly saber pavilion, senior brother Xiao Chen's king's luck will more or less be affected. In the future, while we might not reach senior brother's level, there is no doubt that we will surpass the others. That's right, King Grade True Dragon Luck. Right now, there are many people fighting to enter our heavenly saber pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiao Chun landed outside the main hall and walked in. When he looked around, Xiao Chun discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the main hall. All the supreme elders who were martial monarchs of the heavenly saber pavilion were gathered here. Shin Manjun, who normally did not care about worldly matters, was also seated on a wooden chair. Everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. They all focused their gazes on a middle-aged man in purple robes in the main hall. That purple-robed man's aura was unfathomable. His aura was even stronger than Shen Manjuan's. He was a martial sage expert. Xiao Chun, you are back. When Jiang Qi saw Xiao Chun, he quickly stood up to welcome him. He could feel Xiao Chen's aura. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, Jiang Qi revealed an extremely joyful smile. The other supreme elders all revealed faint smiles as well. However, there was still worry lingering on their faces. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "First Elder, why are you in such a rush to find me?" Jiang Qi looked carefully at the purple-robed man and said, "That is the great Jin Nation's Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong. He has brought a challenge letter, challenging you on behalf of Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I will accept the challenge letter. Just come." Sima Hong stood up and looked at Xiao Chun. An oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled faintly and said, "Not only do you have to accept this challenge letter, but I also want you to lose to Lingxian. Remember, you must lose. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed because of your decision, suffering the rage of a martial sage." The aura of a martial sage pressed down on Xiao Chun. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, forcing him to bend his back and lower his head. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and remained silent. He stored up the aura of a king-grade true dragon genius to resist the aura of a martial sage. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor under Xiao Chun's feet and spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The martial sage had already misunderstood the power of the world. The pressure of his aura was already a formless attack. The floor of the hall cracked with a rumble. Broken rocks soared into the air and crashed into the ceiling. A surging shock wave spread out. Aside from Shun Manjun, all the martial monarch supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were forced back a few steps. "Don't yield, don't bend." Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He refused to bend his back as he stared at Sima Hong. At this moment, the satisfaction he felt from advancing to martial monarch vanished. It turned out that a so-called martial monarch was so weak before martial sage. Even though the other party was just an inferior grade martial sage, just his aura alone was not something Xiao Chun could resist. "Xiao Chun, you absolutely cannot agree to this old thing. He is so shameless. Your king-grade true dragon luck will vanish if you lose to someone of the same generation. It will become an ordinary true dragon luck." Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, said angrily, "At worst, I will fight it out with him. He is just an inferior grade martial sage. Don't be rash. I have a way to deal with him," Xiao Chun said calmly to himself as he stopped Ao Jiao. "Not bad. Under my pressure, you can still last for a long time." Sima Hong laughed loudly and withdrew his aura. "You better think it through. Do you agree or not?" The strength that Sima Hong displayed horrified the surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even if all the martial monarchs in the hall worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would even be difficult for them to injure him. The pressure on Xiao Chun lessened significantly. However, he did not relax. He said sullenly, "I will accept the challenge. However, I cannot lose without fighting." Sima Hong smiled coldly and tossed out a spatial ring. He said, "Sima Lingxian will be here 10 days from now. There are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones in here. I will not let you lose for nothing. It is just a show. Not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also gain a large sum of superior grade spirit stones for nothing. I believe you will change your mind." After saying that, Sima Hong laughed and strode out of the palace with his head held high. Shen Manjun walked over and said, "Xiao Chun, don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. One martial sage is not enough to scare us." Currently, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any martial sages. If Xiao Chun really offended Sima Hong, he would not be exaggerating. Actually, Shen Manjun was not very confident in her words. Xiao Chun wiped away the blood on his lips and said softly, "Senior, there's no need to say that. Xiao Chun is in Qingyan Peak. Naturally, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is threatened. I will write a letter to the Haotian sect, and at most 7 days, they will definitely send out a martial sage to hold the fort. At that time, this Sima Hong will not be able to do anything. Because the noble clans had produced martial emperors before, the quality of their bloodline geniuses was higher than that of the 10 great sections. However, in terms of overall strength, they could not compare to the 10 great sections. Furthermore, the Haotian sect had an even stronger main sect in the Kunlun realm. With the Haotian sect supporting them, the Sima clan would not dare to act recklessly. When the other supreme elders in the hall heard what Xiao Chun said, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on their faces disappeared. When Xiao Chun saw this, he did not say anything. Sima Hong's strength was clear for all to see. It would be too much to ask them to help him. The strong reigned supreme. Since ancient times, this had been the only rule in the Tianwu continent. Xiao Chun was already very satisfied that these supreme elders did not make things difficult for him under Sima Hong's pressure. Qingyan Peak, Lu Ruyue's courtyard. Smoke spread everywhere. Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue sat at a tea table, drinking tea and chatting. As the peak master of Qingyan Peak, Lu Ruyue already knew everything that happened in the hall. Worry appeared on her face. Chapter 621. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he smiled faintly and grabbed the other party's hand. He said, "Don't worry. Sima Lingxian is definitely not a match for me now. The martial sages of the Haotian sect should arrive in 7 days." That's right. Xiao Chun thought of something and took out 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls from the universe ring. He handed them to Lu Ruyue and said, "You are now a half-step martial monarch. When you break through to martial monarch, you can use these spirit gathering pearls." When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chun's strong confidence in his words, she did not say anything more. As for the spirit gathering pearls, she did not take them. Lu Ruyue revealed a smile on her charming face. She said, "There's no need. It will not be difficult for me to break through to martial monarch. It is just a matter of time. The spirit gathering pearls will probably be precious even in the Kunlun realm. You should keep them." When Xiao Chun mentioned the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun revealed a sad expression. He had to go to the Kunlun realm. However, once he went, if he could not become Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult for him to return. After parting like this, he did not know how many years it would be before he could see Lu Ruyue again. Lu Ruyue was in her prime. She was very pretty and in the prime of her youth. This was the best time of a girl's life. She placed all her love on him, whom she might never see again. The bitterness was hard to describe with words. Lu Ruyue could tell what Xiao Chun was thinking. She smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. She gently grasped Xiao Chun's right hand and said softly, "Don't overthink for me. When I first saw you many years ago, I knew that this insignificant Qingyan Peak would not be able to hold you back. You're lying dormant here just to fly higher. To me, the further you can go, the happier I'll be. Just don't forget about Qingyan Peak. There is Lu Ruyue waiting for you." A tender feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He enunciated every word clearly. I will never forget in this life. I will definitely become a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm in return. The two of them stared at each other, speechless. In the remaining days, Xiao Chun did not immediately enter bitter cultivation. Sima Lingxian was no match for him. If they fought again now, even if the other party had reached the martial monarch realm, he would only be humiliating himself. He was collecting some ingredients for alchemy. In the compendium of cultivation, there was an alchemy recipe called the Beauty Retaining Pill. It could ensure that a woman's appearance would not change for 1,000 years. The ingredients required for the pill recipe were extremely complicated. Xiao Chen planned to use the remaining half a year to refine this pill and give it to Lu Ruyue. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, as Xiao Chen was taking inventory of the countenance halting pill ingredients, he suddenly felt a strong aura flying towards the heavenly saber pavilion without any fear. Xiao Chen, come out and fight. A loud shout resounded, spreading throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It startled all the disciples in the heavenly saber pavilion. Due to the other party's intentional support, sound waves spread out. The sound traveled further and further. All the cultivators within a radius of 250 kilometers heard this shout. Who was Xiao Chun? He was the champion of this five-nation youth competition, someone who stood at the top of the younger generation. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to challenge him at this moment. All sorts of busybodies immediately became interested. Many figures flew towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion heard Sima Hong's voice, their expressions turned unsightly. The martial sages of the Hao Yin sect would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who would have thought that Sima Hong would arrive at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 5 days in advance? He was not mentally prepared at all. Bang, bang, bang. Sima Hong casually broke the restrictions in front of the gates. He brought the finely dressed Sima Lingxian and arrived before the heaven viewing platform in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun put away the ingredients and leaped out of the window. He stood on a blue dragon image and arrived a kilometer in front of the two. Xiao Chun looked forward. Indeed, Sima Lingxian had already advanced to martial monarch. His aura was as strong as a peak inferior grade martial monarch's. Xiao Chun, there is no need for me to tell you what to do, right? If you do not lose, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed because of you, Sima Hong said coldly to Xiao Chun using his voice. Xiao Chun ignored him. He looked at Sima Lingxian and said, there are many people here. Come with me to the heaven ascending platform to fight. Sima Hong looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure and smiled coldly to himself. I hope you are more tactful. After destroying the luck of my Sima clan for 500 years, I do not mind taking the Heavenly Saber Pavilion down with me. Father, I'm going, Sima Lingxian said to Sima Hong after taking a deep breath. Recollecting his thoughts, Sima Hong smiled faintly and said, go in peace. You have already advanced to martial monarch. The accumulations of a martial king will allow you to burst out with tenfold combat prowess. You will definitely win this battle and reclaim the King Grade True Dragon's luck. Then, you will enter the Kunlun realm in your most perfect state. The Sima clan will not fall because of you. Sima Lingxuan's eyes flickered with heavy confidence. He nodded gravely and said, wait for my good news. Sima Lingxuan's figure flickered continuously in the air as he chased after Xiao Chun. Eventually, he arrived at the huge drill grounds of the heaven ascending platform. Xiao! Xiao! The two landed on the drill grounds, one in front and one behind. Then, they each stood in a corner, facing the wind. The taller buildings of the heaven ascending platform were already filled with Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples. They had never seen Xiao Chun make a move before. They also did not know that Sima Hong had pressured Xiao Chun. Their gazes were filled with excitement. They were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chun to display his might and defeat the great Jin nation's genius swordsman once again. Senior brother Xiao Chun, do your best. His father was rude. Teach his son a lesson and beat him up until he scrammed back. Right, that's right, scram back. Scram back! Scram back! Instantly, the entire mountain was filled with chants of scram back. The voices merged together, causing the air to tremble. As of now, Xiao Chun was like the sun in the sky in the heavenly saber pavilion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the idol of all the disciples. However, the moment that Sima Hong arrived, he chased Xiao Chun out. There was no lack of hot-blooded youths among the mountain disciples. Who cared if you were a martial sage or not? This was the heavenly saber pavilion, the great Qin nation's heavenly saber pavilion. This was Xiao Chun's home ground. If it had not helped Xiao Chun regain his dignity, who would? Sima Lingxuan's expression turned sullen. Even though he was only ranked third on the True Dragon ranking, no one in the great Qin nation dared to speak to him like that. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Boom! After Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, his strong aura erupted together with the rage in his heart. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sword in Sima Lingxuan's hand hummed and infused with quintessence. He pointed it at Xiao Chun, and the sword chi made of quintessence shot out, tearing thin cracks in the air. Before Sima Lingxian made a move, he had already displayed his strength. When some of the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. Just based on the strength that Sima Lingxian had displayed, some of the inferior grade martial monarchs among them would not be a match for him. Some of the medial grade martial monarchs would not have more than a 60% chance of defeating him. No one had seen Xiao Chun make a move after he advanced to martial monarch. They could not help but feel worried for Xiao Chun. Sima Lingxian said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chun, the accumulation of my cultivation as a martial king is beyond your imagination. Back then, you defeated me in 10 moves. Today, I only need 1 move to defeat you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "You are wrong about one thing. It is not that you forced me to defeat you in 10 moves. Rather, it is that I am willing to defeat you in 10 moves. If I really wanted to defeat you, why would I need 10 moves? Let's see what ability you have to boast. The mandate of heaven is with me, the ruler of the world, the sword of kings." Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Winds blew behind him, and the sky changed color. It materialized a scene of all living things killing each other, 100 armies fighting, and a chaotic war between dynasties. Sima Lingxian was the one who would end this chaotic world. He had come with the mandate of heaven, using the sword of kings to command the world. He used the power of a dynasty to transform the state on his sword to resist Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt excited. No wonder Sima Lingxian was so confident this time. His state of kingship had improved by another level. Not only did it not stop because of his previous defeat, but it even improved further. However, this was still not enough. A dynasty would eventually fall. A true king would not use the power of a dynasty to fight an enemy. This was because he himself was an unrivaled king. There was no need for external help. If it were any other time, Xiao Chun would be interested in exchanging 100 moves with Sima Lingxian. After all, Sima Lingxian had his own unique side. If Xiao Chun fought with Sima Lingxian, he would definitely gain something. However, it was different now. There was an even more horrifying Sima Hong standing behind Sima Lingxian. As for losing without a fight, Xiao Chun had never thought about it. How could a king-grade true dragon lower its head and bend over in fear? If Sima Hong wanted to bury the heavenly saber pavilion with him, then even if Xiao Chun had to risk his life, he would make Sima Lingxian suffer a few layers of skin. He would let Sima Lingxian know what regret was. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, 2 resplendent star-like flames, one purple and one white, flashed in his eyes. Xiao! 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 The purple lightning origin flame and the lunar origin flame flew out and turned into 2 Yu Yin chasing each other in the air. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained continuously. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. When the Taiji diagram formed, Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and pushed his right hand forward. The yin and yang flames formed a beautiful Taiji diagram. They intertwined and merged, turning into an unparalleled energy of primal chaos. Who cares about the mandate of heaven, materializing the power of the dynasty, or the everlasting yin and yang? I will break it with force. The yin and yang flames actually merged. How do you think of this? How do you do it? Jiang Qi and the other elders exclaimed in shock. What exactly is that diagram? How come I have never seen it before? Unexpectedly, the two extreme energies of yin and yang can merge in such a strange manner. The people of the Tianwu continent had never seen the Taiji diagram before. This was an eye-opener for Shun Manjun and the others, finding it incredible. Bang, bang, bang. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram moved very quickly. It used absolute force to break the quintessence mysterious phenomenon of Sima Lingxuan's sword strike. The new dynasty formed by the state of kingship behind Sima Lingxian fell back into the flames of war. Miserable cries resounded everywhere as the state of kingship completely crumbled. Puxi, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram crashed into Sima Lingxuan's body, and a surging energy erupted. Sima Lingxian vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew back uncontrollably. The energy far surpassed everyone's expectations. When it exploded, shock waves surged and clouds appeared. The horrifying energy knocked Sima Lingxian off the heaven-ascending platform. Chapter 622. Sima Lingxian tumbled down the slope. His entire body was pierced by the strange rocks and shrubs. It was a tragic sight. Sima Lingxuan's internal injuries were worse than his external injuries. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame burned his internal organs. The quintessence from his dantian could not protect his internal organs at all when the two flames spewed out. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the various buildings on the heaven-ascending platform saw this scene, they could not react. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. What was more, they did not expect the casual words they shouted at the start to turn into reality. Sima Lingxian really rolled back in a sorry state. He won. Senior brother, Xiao Chun really won. He used only one move to send Sima Lingxian rolling back. How powerful! I did not dare to imagine it. Ha ha ha! Serves them right. How delightful! Let's see if they still dare to show off their might in our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a long time, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, resounding endlessly. Their gazes toward Xiao Chun became even more respectful. Such an outstanding talent was a disciple of their Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This made them feel a sense of pride that was hard to swallow. In the future, when they went out, they could say that Xiao Chun was their senior brother and that they had personally seen him fight. The disciples of the other sects in the great Qi nation would probably die of envy. Xiao Chun, you actually dared to make a move. No words could describe the rage in Sima Hong's heart. He had not expected Xiao Chun to really dare to defeat Sima Lingxian in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had defeated Sima Lingxian in one move. Even when Sima Hong wanted to save Sima Lingxian, he discovered that there was no chance. Sima Hong was a bona fide martial sage, one of the people at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. To him, Xiao Chun was like an ant. He could crush him easily. However, today he was slapped in the face by this ant. Furthermore, it was such a heavy slap. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. If he did not kill Xiao Chun, he would not be able to vent his anger. A sword appeared in Sima Hong's hand. It flashed in the air as though he teleported. Then, he sent a quintessence sword qi containing the power of the world at Xiao Chun. It's over. Sima Hong actually disregarded his status and made a move against the junior. All the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled. They thought to themselves in a panic, how could Xiao Chun, an inferior-grade martial cultivator, survive the sword strike of the martial sage? The sword energy that Sima Hong released looked ordinary and without any fancy moves. Even a medial-grade martial monarch could casually send out a sword qi that could pierce space and shine with sharpness. However, this strand of sword qi, the sword qi of a martial sage, did not pierce through space. Not even a tiny crack appeared in space, giving off an inconceivable feeling. The sword Qi was long and narrow, dazzling. It seemed to glide along a unique trajectory between heaven and earth. As it approached, the light on the sword Qi became more and more condensed. With the support of the power of the world, the sword light was traceless. The might of the sword Qi increased with every passing second. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be slow. He quickly raised his left hand, and the lunar yin-yang flame diagram on the ground appeared in front of him with a xiao sound. A vast and surging mental energy poured into the Taiji diagram in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. The beautiful Taiji diagram instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. The 8 trigrams, yin-yang, and 4 divisions appeared as the Taiji diagram circulated. When Xiao Qun stood on the ground, he seemed to be one with the world. Bang! The sword Qi that Sima Hong sent out in rage crashed into the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram instantly exploded, and a horrifying energy spread out. The huge drill ground was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless rocks and boulders flew up from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that was blown away by the wind. A strand of sword Qi shot out from the dust cloud at an even faster speed at the chasing Sima Hong. Dang! Sima Hong's expression changed slightly. He held his sword horizontally and blocked with his quintessence. Bang! There was another sound that was even more horrifying than the previous one. The dust cloud spread out again, and a vast, deep pit appeared on the ground. It extended at a visible rate. All the other buildings on the heaven ascending platform collapsed. Using the strand of sword Qi as a shield, Xiao Qin's figure flickered. He stood on the blue dragon image and soared into the air. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Qin's complexion did not look very good. Only his eyes were filled with vigor, not showing any signs of fatigue. The instant the sword Qi containing the power of the world shattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the shock wave struck Xiao Qin's body, instantly shattering the quintessence in his body. The sword Qi was unblockable. It was of a much higher grade than Xiao Qin's quintessence. Just the shock wave inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. If not for Xiao Qin's strong physical body, this shock wave would have severed all the meridians and shattered all the internal organs of a regular cultivator, killing them on the spot. He is not dead. When the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion saw Xiao Qun leaping out of the dust cloud, they all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Martial sages had already comprehended the power of the world. Although it was not much, as long as a trace of the power of the world was infused into their quintessence, its might would increase by several times. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Qin's cultivation realm, he was able to receive this sword strike. Furthermore, it seemed like he could still fight and was not at the brink of death. Shen Manjuan's expression sank. Xiao Qun cannot fall here. The luck of the heavenly saber pavilion is already linked to his. If he dies, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed. Jiangqi, I order you to immediately gather the divine saber camp and use the full strength of the sect to fight against Sima Hong. We cannot let Xiao Qin die here. Jiangqi did not hesitate and said, Disciple obeys. After Shen Manjun spoke to Jiangqi, she soared into the sky and flew away. She had a sullen expression as she shielded Xiao Qun. All the quintessence in her body surged wildly. Sima Hong, how old are you? Do you not care about your status at all? Unexpectedly, you made a move against a junior, Shen Manjun said expressionlessly. Sima Hong let out a long whistle, and a strong wind blew in all directions, dispersing the dust and revealing the dilapidated drill ground. Sima Hong stared at Shen Manjun and said coldly, Scram. I hate people who do not want face when I give them face. I already said it 6 days ago. As long as he loses to Ling Xian, everything will be fine. Today, this brat does not know what is good for him. Don't blame me for being merciless. There were already many cultivators in the surroundings of the heaven ascending platform. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Sima Hong actually ignored his status and threatened Xiao Qun to admit defeat. This was too shameless. Shin Manjun said sullenly. Have you thought of the consequences of killing someone in my heavenly saber pavilion? Sima Hong laughed loudly and said, What is the heavenly saber pavilion? Do you think you are one of the 10 great sects? I really do not care about you. Since you are not leaving, I will kill you first. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! A sword light surged and 2 strands of sword chi intersected, forming a cross-shaped sword light as it flashed toward Shun Manjun. A slender saber appeared in Shun Manjun's hand. She brought out her 300 years of cultivation at full power. The saber light tore space apart. The cross-shaped sword light carried the might of heaven as it surged over. It broke all the saber techniques Shun Manjun executed, forcing her back 100 steps. Shun Manjun breathed out slightly. In the end, she managed to block the sword light of a martial sage. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sima Hong snorted coldly and appeared before Shin Manjun, who had just blocked the sword light. He brandished his sword, and a chain of sword techniques spread out. Dang! 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 The sound of sabers and swords clashing resounded in the air. With every step Sima Hong took, heaven and earth seemed to take a step forward. That boundless aura was not something Shin Manjun could block, no matter how high her cultivation was. Every time Shin Manjun blocked a sword strike, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Scram! After 9 sword strikes, Sima Hong shouted ferociously. His sword gave off a bright light, and its might increased. The sword light shot out and knocked Shin Manjun back. Shin Manjun's figure shot back like an arrow. She could not retaliate at all as she crashed into a mountain peak. The peak exploded and rocks fell. When Xiao Chun saw Shin Manjun's death, his eyes turned completely cold. He rushed forward and hacked down with a saber. Blue Dragon goes to sea. 99 pillars of water shot out from the vast sea behind Sima Hong. The Blue Dragon leaped out of the water, and a 3-kilometer-long saber light flickered as it tore through the air and hacked down. Sima Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chun to not flee and even dare to attack him. When the saber light arrived before him, he had no choice but to execute a screen of swords to block it. Wong! Wong! Sword chi hummed, and the power of the world surged out continuously. They intertwined and formed an indestructible screen of light. It contained the might of the world and seemed eternal and inextinguishable. Battle Sage Origins, Strength Character Formula, 33 times Combat Prowess. Xiaochen roared wildly. He did not care about the consequences and exhausted all the quintessence in his body in that instant. The moment the might of the saber light approached Sima Hong, its might soared until it reached a frightening level. Bang! The screen of swords containing the might of the world and eternally inextinguishable shattered before this blue dragon goes to sea infused with the strength character formula. The saber light knocked Sima Hong back with a schwa sound. Sima Hong's clothes were torn, and his flesh was mangled. There was no place on him that was unscathed. He appeared to be in a sorry state. When he fell from the air, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly, he managed to knock back an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is so injured. The onlookers who sensed this were extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Sima Hong was a martial sage. Unexpectedly, a martial monarch's killing move knocked him back. Xiao! Sima Hong only retreated 100 meters in the air before he regained his footing. The wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. An extremely sinister look flashed in Sima Hong's eyes. Earlier, Xiaochen managed to block his sword strike. That was already embarrassing enough. Now, Xiaochen even injured him in front of everyone. Originally, given Sima Hong's strength, even if Xiao Chun executed the strength character formula and the blue dragon goes to sea, he would not have been able to injure Sima Hong. However, Sima Hong had misjudged. He had used only half his strength to defend against the blue dragon goes to sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was able to increase the might of the blue dragon goes to sea by 33 times in an instant. Since Sima Hong was caught off guard, he ended up in such a sorry state. Once again, he lost to Xiao Chun. Chapter 6:23. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret technique. It can instantly increase the might of one's martial technique by 33 times. If it were a regular peak martial monarch, they would have been killed by this attack. After Sima Hong calmed down, he thought with some fear in his heart, I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. If I let him mature, the Sima clan will fall. Seeing Sima Hong stand up again, Xiao Chun, who was lying weakly on the ground, could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Using the strength character formula to activate the blue dragon goes to see was already the strongest killing move that Xiao Chun could execute. Once the strength character formula was activated, any fist or leg martial technique would instantly increase its might by 33 times. The first time Xiao Chun executed the strength character formula, it was Lu Riyue's father who activated it. At that time, he was forced to execute it and could only use it. He did not know the principles behind it. After Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Monarch, he barely managed to learn this secret technique with Ao Jiao's help. Right now, Xiao Chun was not very familiar with it. His quintessence was not surging enough. When he executed it like this, not only was his quintessence drained, but his stamina was also completely drained. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, he would not be able to recover. When Xiao Chun saw Sima Hong slowly walking over like the Grim Reaper, he calmed down. Even if Xiao Chun had to choose again, he would not choose to lose without a fight. He would rather die than lower his head. One only had one breath left to live. Why should one let oneself live in such a sullen manner? That kind of life was not what Xiao Chun wanted. There was no point in living there. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber and prevented Ao Jiao from appearing. He did not intend to let her fight to the death. Xiao Chun had promised the Thunder King that he would not let the lunar shadow saber break again, even if he died. When a cultivator advances to martial sage, his body will be infused with spiritual energy for a long period of time. In the instant he comprehended the world, his physical body will become a sage body. He cannot look at it like a regular cultivator. A regular light injury can recover in a short time. His physical body's defense is also several times stronger than a peak martial monarch's. Although Xiao Chun managed to injure his opponent, he didn't injure his foundation, so it's all in vain. Even so, he can still be proud of himself. He's probably the only one in the past thousands of years who's managed to injure a martial saint as a martial emperor. Unfortunately, outside the Heaven Ascending platform, some of the cultivators who had rushed over to watch the show revealed expressions of regret as they sighed. Now, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could stop Sima Hong. One could easily imagine Xiao Chun's fate. Sima Hong crossed the distance of 1 kilometer and arrived before Xiao Chun in less than 100 steps. As he looked at the weakened Xiao Chun on the ground, there was no emotion in his eyes. You should be proud to die at the hands of a martial saint. With a flip of his hand, Sima Hong thrust his sword at Xiao Chun's chest at lightning speed. Bang! Just as Sima Hong's sword was about to touch Xiao Chun's chest, a strand of scarlet saber chi descended from the sky. It carried a boundless state of massacre as it pierced towards Sima Hong's forehead. That saber chi contained a surging energy. It was like the energy of thousands of people gathered together. There was even a trace of the power of heaven and earth in it. When Sima Hong felt a threat, he sheathed his sword and sent out a sword light to meet the saber chi. Dang! The sword and saber chi clashed, and Sima Hong took 3 steps back. When he looked up, he saw that Jiang Qi had finally arrived with the 2,000 elites of the Divine Saber Camp. These 2,000 bladesmen wore tight robes and held scarlet sabers in their hands. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Sima Hong. There was no fear in their gazes, only a boundless state of massacre. Under Jiang Qi's lead, the 2,000 people formed the blood-slaughtering formation in midair. Everyone's aura merged and formed a vast aura. That strand of saber chi earlier was the result of these 2,000 people working together. This was the first time they truly forced Sima Hong back 3 steps. Jiang Qi said sullenly, "Sima Hong, leave now." The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion fights to the death, we will make you pay a price. Sima Hong smiled coldly and said, "Ignorant. How can the insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion make me pay a price? Today, I will show you the true strength of a martial sage." Bang! Sima Hong pushed off the ground and arrived before Jiang Qi. He brandished his sword, and sword lights filled the sky. Every strike infused the power of heaven and earth into the sword technique. The 2,000 Divine Saber Camp disciples drew their sabers at the same time. Relying on the energy of the formation, they focused all their energy on Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi did his best to block. However, when facing Sima Hong, who used his full power, he paled in comparison to the vast power of heaven and earth. Dang! 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 Sima Hong's gaze was calm as he executed all sorts of sword techniques. His speed became faster and his strength became stronger. He forced Jiang Qi to retreat in midair. Unexpectedly, the blood-slaughtering formation formed by 2,000 elites was unable to block the martial sage Sima Hong. "You dare to be so impudent with such a dog's-it formation? Break!" Sima Hong lost his patience. He gathered all the sword lights together and thrust his sword forward. Jiang Qi's saber technique shattered, and the saber in his hand was knocked away. The sword lights entered Jiang Qi's body, and all the accumulated injuries erupted in one breath. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell weakly from the sky. The 2,000 Divine Saber Camp Bladesmen, who had been sending energy to Jiang Qi, could no longer hold on. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell from the sky like rain. After breaking the blood-slaughtering formation, Sima Hong landed once again. Then, he walked toward Xiao Chun with a boundless killing intent. Fight out with him. The Supreme Elders, who originally feared Sima Hong's strength, saw Jiang Qi and the other 2,000 fall miserably from the sky. Their eyes filled with hatred as they executed their strongest moves. They released multicolored saber lights in the air and chopped at Sima Hong. Sima Hong revealed disdain as he said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless." Dang! Dang! Sword lights flickered. Sima Hong's footsteps did not stop. Even when facing these people's attacks, he did not stop. With each step, he swung his sword. With one sword strike, Sima Hong broke the martial techniques that these Supreme Elders had spent their entire lives researching. He knocked back the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders like they were sandbags. They could not retaliate at all. Is this the strength of a martial sage? This is too horrifying. No wonder he is at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. Even the strength of a sect cannot stop him. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is probably going to suffer a calamity. The cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement revealed gloating expressions. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a good thing for them. Stop him. We cannot let him kill senior brother Xiao Chun. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples gathered around the heaven ascending platform, saw Sima Hong getting closer to Xiao Chun, their blood surged. They could no longer hold themselves back and launched themselves at Sima Hong, all for the sake of stopping Sima Hong and winning a chance for Xiao Chun to survive. You are not even comparable to an ant. How dare you block my way? Sima Hong revealed an impatient expression. He could not even be bothered to swing his sword. Instead, he waved his left hand gently. Wind blew from all directions, forming a strong gust of wind. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples flying over were knocked back a kilometer by the strong wind. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Sima Hong arrived before Xiao Chun once again. He looked at Xiao Chun and said in a cold voice, "I never boast. Now, do you know the consequences of your wrong decision?" Xiao Chun's pale face was expressionless. He only said coldly, "If I don't die, I will wash the Sima clan in blood in the future. Ha ha ha, who can save you?" When Sima Hong heard this, it was like he had heard a joke. He laughed arrogantly. "Who dares to offend a martial sage to save you? You are still dreaming even at death's door. Go to hell and destroy my Sima clan." Arrogant. Just at this moment, A cold snort came from the horizon. The person who spoke seemed to be far away. However, the voice sounded like it was right beside Sima Hong's ear, speaking softly. These two conflicting feelings merged together. Sima Hong's expression immediately changed. He felt an extremely dangerous aura and quickly turned his head to look. However, before he could react, a wooden box seemed to have traveled through time and space. It suddenly flew over and crashed into Sima Hong. Pussy-eye. The small wooden box seemed to contain an unparalleled force. Sima Hong vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The wooden box landed in front of Xiao Chun with a shio sound. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were written on the front. No one dared to look at them directly. Sima Hong wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and shouted angrily, acting all mysterious. The Tianwu continent no longer has Emperor Wu. Die. After Sima Hong spoke, he launched himself at Xiao Chun in an even more ferocious manner. Kassier, Kassier. The 4 wooden boards of the wooden box fell off one by one. A simple and unadorned saber floated quietly in the air. A horrifying aura spread out from the saber like it could topple mountains and flip seas. Before this aura, Sima Hong was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unremarkable. The aura was like the vast ocean and as heavy as a mountain. When Sima Hong crashed into this aura, he bounced back in a sorry state. He rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Divine weapon. Sima Hong's eyes filled with horror. Then he thought of something. Without saying anything else, he picked up Sima Lingxuan's unconscious body and flew out without looking back. Come, saber. An aged voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw a gray-robed old man flying over. He casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon came out of its scabbard. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's divine weapon, which had not been drawn for many years, finally saw the light of day again. While in the air, the gray-robed old man waved his hand and grasped the divine weapon, Heavenly Universe Saber. In that instant, the world seemed insignificant under his feet. If a martial sage of the same cultivation steeled himself to run, it would be hard for the other party to stop him. At this moment, Sima Hong had already carried Sima Lingxian 10 kilometers away. In the eyes of the crowd, they were like a black dot in the distant sky. It was so hazy that they could not see the other party's movements. The old man held the divine weapon and swung it at Sima Hong. The divine weapon immediately gave off a bright light, completely covering the light of the sun. Everyone saw an unimaginable scene. Night fell quietly, and countless stars twinkled. The boundless universe seemed to have formed a scroll, and at this moment, it was unfolding. Normally, the most dazzling sun in the eyes of ordinary people was just an unremarkable star among the many stars. Compared to the vast universe, it was extremely insignificant. Chapter 624. Only the beam of light on the divine weapon remained eternal. At this moment, the gray-robed old man holding the divine weapon became the center of the sky dome realm. Xiao! A miserable shriek resounded, and the light scattered. The various mysterious phenomena vanished, replaced by the blazing sun high in the sky. However, the shocking scene just now had left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. At the end of the horizon, everyone could see the black that Sima Hong had turned into. He was like a broken kite on the verge of falling. The saber chi of the divine weapon severely injured him from 10 kilometers away. Come back! The gray-robed old man shouted ferociously. He spread open his left palm, and a huge suction force formed in the center of his palm, which contained the power of the world. A horrifying whirlpool formed in the air. Sima Hong, who was 10 kilometers away, was covered in blood as he was pulled back uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian both landed on the heaven-ascending platform. Under the vast might of the divine weapon, Sima Hong knelt on one knee. His severely injured body could not help but tremble. There was a horrifying wound on his chest from which blood flowed. When Jiangqi and the other elders below saw the old man arrive, they became very excited. However, Because of the might of the divine weapon, they could not go forward to speak with him. Cassier. The old man casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon returned to its scabbard. The wooden box returned to its original position and quietly stood beside Xiao Chun. Sima Hong's aura suddenly relaxed, and he fell heavily to the ground. The old man's figure flashed and landed beside Sima Hong. After injuring so many of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's disciples, do you think that is possible? Sima Hong bowed and said in dissatisfaction, Lung Tianyun, you are just relying on the might of the divine weapon. What capabilities do you have? If you were truly capable, the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Pavilion Master would have been yours. So, it is him, the younger brother of the previous Pavilion Master. Unexpectedly, he returned. 40 years ago, for the sake of vying for the position of Pavilion Master, he lost to his elder brother and left in a huff. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 40 years, he actually stepped into the threshold of martial sage. Upon hearing Sima Hong's words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all guessed the gray-robed old man's identity. 40 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. Furthermore, two absolute geniuses appeared at the same time. Furthermore, they were brothers. Unfortunately, one mountain could not contain two tigers. Lung Tianyun lost to his brother in one move. He had no choice but to give up his position as Pavilion Master and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the demonic calamity 20 years ago caused the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose all its elites. The genius Pavilion Master also died. Since then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. Otherwise, Sima Hong would not dare to behave atrociously here, boasting that he could destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion by himself. Now, at the most critical moment for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Tianyun finally rushed back. Using the divine weapon, he defeated Sima Hong in one move. When Lung Tianyun heard Sima Hong's words, he snorted coldly, "Ignorant fool. Even if your father were here, he would not dare to say such words. Junior brother Jiang, send someone to hang him at the gates of Saber City. When the Sima clan's people come to pick him up, the Sima clan will have to compensate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 100-fold. A bona fide martial sage, someone at the top of the pyramid of the continent, was actually going to be hung at the city gates. Just thinking about it gave everyone a headache. Sima Hong got up and leaped forward. He shouted angrily, Lung Tianyun, you dare? Why would I not dare? Lung Tianyun kicked Sima Hong back. The force in his right leg was boundless, scattering the last bit of Sima Hong's quintessence. When Jiangqi and the other elders heard Lung Tianyun's words, they quickly ordered people to capture Sima Hong. Then, they cuffed him up and dragged him away. Lung Tianyun looked up and saw the other cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. He immediately came to his senses and quickly fled. Normally, this was a forbidden land. Now that the chaos was over, if they did not leave, it would be problematic if they pursued the matter. When Lung Tianyun saw that this group of people were rather tactful, he withdrew his gaze and ignored them. Senior brother Lung, fortunately you arrived in time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have been destroyed, Jiangqi and the others quickly said respectfully. Lung Tianyun muttered, there is no need to say anything more. Although I have left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed. Lung Tianyun waved his hand to stop Jiangqi and the others from continuing. Then, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun, who had already stood up. His eyes revealed deep interest. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks for Senior's help. Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, you saved yourself. You were able to resist the temptation of the divine weapon and hand it over to me. Back then, you sowed the seed of today. If not for the divine weapon's warning, I would not have rushed over. This is the result. If you could let go of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and go directly to the Hao Yin sect, Sima Hong would not have dared to play such tricks. In the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is a burden to you. However, this will never happen again. I will compensate you for today's matter. Based on Lung Tianyun's words, he was planning to stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The surrounding elders all revealed excited expressions, clearly very happy. With such a martial sage guarding the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and able to use the divine weapon, no one in the Sky Dome realm would dare to offend the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. After that, Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian had their cultivations sealed and were hung above Saber City's walls. The commotion caused by the duel between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian came to an end just like that. Sima Hong, who had a ferocious aura and valiant strength, lost his reputation. He did not even gain any sympathy. When dawn arrived the next day, the Haotian sect's old Feng arrived as well. When he saw Sima Hong above Saber City, he smiled faintly. However, he did not enter the mountain and just left. Actually, Old Feng was not particularly worried about Xiao Chun. He was a king-grade true dragon genius with great luck. In the Sky Dome realm, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. All sorts of things would happen. It was like heaven was looking after him, allowing him to escape from death's door. The result was as Old Feng expected. The hanging Sima Hong was the best proof. Who could have imagined that a martial sage who attacked a martial monarch would end up in such a state, becoming the joke of the world? But it was this unbelievable thing that really happened in front of everyone's eyes. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun was the bearer of luck. He would not die so easily. Only in the Kunlun realm, where there were many geniuses with great luck, would Xiao Chun run into some fatal danger. 10 days later, the Sima clan's old clan head, who had already retired, personally came to apologize with 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Only then did he bring back the Sima father and son. When facing Lung Tianyun, who possessed a divine weapon, and the Sima clan being in the wrong, no matter how dissatisfied and sullen he felt, he did not dare to show it. Otherwise, even if Lung Tianyun said to kill the two, the old clan head would not be able to do anything. Comparing 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones to a martial sage, the old clan head could still differentiate which was more valuable. Lung Tianyun used half of the 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones for the reconstruction of the heaven ascending platform and for the treatment and rewards of the many disciples. The remaining half, 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones, were all given to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, Lung Tianyun also refined the inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls and gave Xiao Chun 100 of them, fulfilling his promise. Compared to superior-grade spirit stones, the effects of spirit-gathering pearls were much better. Not only were there more of them, but they were also pure. Given this, Xiao Chun now had 200 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. It would not be enough for him to use them for cultivation every day. He would use them all in a few days. Xiao Chun intended to use the spirit-gathering pearls to break through bottlenecks or use them for emergencies. For example, when he suddenly ran out of essence and needed to replenish it, if he had spirit-gathering pearls, it would be much easier. In the battle with Sima Hong, Xiao Chun felt a sense of danger. He was still too weak before a martial sage. In the future, when Xiao Chun went to the Kunlun realm, his luck would not be as strong. He could not wait for others to save him at all times. He needed to have his own trump cards. The physical body of a martial sage had already become a sage body. If he did not truly injure the other party, it would be hard to deal any damage to them. Xiao Chun temporarily gave up on severely injuring a martial sage. That was not realistic. Xiao Chun's goal was to be able to leave easily when he met a martial sage. At the very least, he needed to be able to protect himself. Xiao Chun could only raise his blue dragon cloud soaring art to great perfection and see if he could snatch a chance of survival from a martial sage. If the other geniuses of the same generation knew what Xiao Chun was thinking, they would be greatly astonished. They were still thinking about how to break through to martial monarch and how to deal with a medial-grade martial monarch. However, Xiao Chun's gaze was fixed on martial sage. He was much stronger than them, leaving them far behind. There was a waterfall at the back of Qingyun Peak. Below the waterfall was a lake 3 kilometers wide. In the past, when Xiao Chun was here, he had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to consummation. The blue dragon was of the water attribute. Cultivating the blue dragon cloud soaring art in this lake would definitely be faster. While cultivating, time would pass strangely quickly. Perhaps the last time he looked up was the morning sun. In the next moment, he comprehended something, and the sun was already setting. When he looked up, the day and night changed. Loneliness flooded his heart like the tide. The surroundings were silent. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. However, no matter how lonely it was, he had to endure it. In his fight with Sima Hong, Xiao Chun had suffered too much. He had nearly lost his life. If he didn't want the same thing to happen a second time, he would have to endure all of this. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Above the lake, Xiao Chun shouted, and a dragon roar resounded endlessly in his chest. His figure flashed, and 9 identical clones appeared on the water. Whoosh! Whoosh! Compared to the roaming dragons, 9 transformations, these clones did not look any different. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that each clone had an ethereal dragon-shaped aura surrounding them. This made the clones seem more realistic. Not only were they made of flesh and blood, but they also had a physical form and spirit. Their expressions did not appear dull. Among the small tricks of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, the roaming dragon's 9 transformations was Xiao Chen's favorite. This move could be used to advance or retreat. When attacking, it could confuse the opponent. When leaving, it would be hard to distinguish the real from the fake. However, it was far from sufficient to deal with a martial sage. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly, and the 9 clones merged together. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him, causing a pillar of water to surge into the sky. Blue dragon tail whip. Huchi. A strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have turned into a dragon's tail, drawing a long arc on the water surface. As his figure flashed, he created a crescent moon-shaped pillar of water. Chapter 625. In a breath of time, Xiao Chun moved 5 kilometers. Everywhere the strong wind blew, waves splashed. After he stood still, the lake water fell to the ground like a pattering rain. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, "The explosive power of the blue dragon tail whip is already comparable to Sima Hong's speed. However, it is not enough to increase the explosive power. The most important thing is to raise my basic speed." Time flew by. Xiao Chun stayed on the small lake for 2 months. He cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art at every moment. He felt that he was not far from great perfection. Now he circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. As he soared into the air, the blue dragon image under his feet could exist. It would not be like before, where it could only exist for a short period of time, flickering. Xiao Chen's speed increased by another 20%. However, it was still far from the result he wanted. According to the secret manual, after the blue dragon cloud soaring art reaches great perfection, I can materialize another 2 blue dragons to aid in flight. When cultivated to the limit, I can materialize 18 blue dragons. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. He felt somewhat frustrated. 2 months had passed, and he was still far from his goal of shaking off an inferior grade martial sage. He had only taken a small step forward. His goal was still very far away. He stomped heavily on the surface of the water, and 18 pillars of water shot up into the sky from the calm lake. When they landed, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. When they landed, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and allowed the water to drench his clothes. He slowly calmed his frustrated emotions. "Senior brother Xiao Chun, the spirit herbs you wanted are all prepared." Just at this moment, a melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's ears. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun arrived quietly. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and circulated his quintessence. A mist rose from his body, and his clothes immediately became very dry. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and walked over to Chu Xinyun. 2 months ago, Xiao Chun had asked Chu Xinyun to look for the other ingredients for the beauty-halting pill. Jade Maiden Peak did not have many spirit herbs. Xiao Chun did not have much time, so he could only find someone to help. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art had reached a small bottleneck. He needed to go out and exercise for a while, so he decided to refine the beauty-halting pill. Chu Xinyun handed a spatial ring to Xiao Chun and said, I have already found the 99 herbs and spirit flowers that you wanted. They are all in here. Check if there are any mistakes. Xiao Chun accepted the ring and checked it. When he did not find anything wrong, he said happily, Many thanks, junior sister Chu. You have helped me a lot. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly and said with some envy, If I am not wrong, you should be refining the youth-halting pill. It can preserve your appearance for 1,000 years. Elder sister Ryue is really fortunate. Compared to men, women placed more importance on their appearance. They were afraid that time would be merciless and they would lose their youth. Being able to preserve one's appearance for 1,000 years was undoubtedly the dream of every woman. Naturally, Chu Xinyun was no exception. However, she knew that these 99 ingredients would cost a lot of spirit stones. Furthermore, it would not be easy to refine them. Wanting Xiao Chun to help her refine one was too much of an extravagant hope. I will take my leave first. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. Chu Xinyun stopped thinking about this matter and prepared to take her leave. Xiao Chun called out to stop her. Wait a moment, this is the alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill. If you have time in the future, you can refine it yourself. Xiao Chun could tell what the other party was thinking. However, some of the ingredients were not suitable. In a few months, Xiao Chun would be leaving. He would not be able to help her refine another one, so he gave the alchemic recipe to her. Chu Xinyun looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. The alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill was worth cities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its price was astronomical. However, Xiao Chun actually gave it to her so casually. After handing the alchemic recipe to Chu Xinyun, Xiao Chun immediately returned to his residence and started to prepare to refine the youth-halting pill. 99 kinds of herbs were arranged neatly on the wooden table. After counting them, Xiao Chun finally took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Looking at the blue dragon medicine cauldron with overwhelming spiritual energy, Xiao Chun became somewhat distracted. The image of that otherworldly girl who liked to dress up in men's clothes appeared in his mind. I wonder how she is now. I will be leaving the Sky Dome realm soon. After I refine the youth-halting pill, I should make a trip to the imperial capital. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and muttered to himself. He still owed the other party a promise. If there was an opportunity, it would be best if he could repay it before leaving. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to refine the pill, a series of knocks on the door made him stop what he was doing. Who could be knocking at this time? Before he came, Xiao Chun had instructed Lu Suifeng not to let anyone disturb him. Xiao Chun waved his long sleeves and put away the herbs on the table, as well as the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Then, he went to open the door. A fragrance wafted over, and a girl in a red dress stood at the door. She looked very pretty, capable of causing the downfall of nations. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and asked, What wind blew princess you here? The person who came was the very popular Princess Ingyu of the Great Qi nation. Ingyu said softly, Is it because you obtained the top rank of the true dragon ranking that you dare to speak to me so rudely? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, How could I dare? One does not come here for no reason. Princess, just get straight to the point. Ingyu withdrew her smile and said sullenly, Do you still remember the agreement you made with Feng Feishue? Xiao Chun was stunned. He nodded and said, Naturally, I remember. Back then, outside Mo City, she gave me the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and I made a promise to her. Ingyu said, She is in trouble. She is currently under house arrest by her clansmen. Xiao Chun frowned and said, House arrest? Why? Most of the Feng clan's businesses were personally managed by Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue held great authority in the Feng clan. How could she be under house arrest for no reason? Ingyu organized her thoughts and said, The Feng clan is the second-ranked merchant association in the world. Do you know that the first-ranked merchant association is the Wan Clan Merchant Association? Xiao Chun indicated that he understood. Of the 5 great merchant associations, the Great Qi Nation's Wan Clan Merchant Association was the strongest. Xiao Chun had seen this before in Dragon Sealing City. Aside from ignorance of tea, all the businesses in Dragon Sealing City were managed by the Wan clan. Although Dragon Sealing City was only open for a month, the 1 million people qualified to go were the strongest cultivators in the entire continent. The Wan clan definitely did not lack spirit stones. Just this 1 month of business would be sufficient for the Wan clan to earn a large sum. Xiao Chen obtained some information about the Wan Clan Merchant Association from Kim Tae-ho. It was a very strong faction. The Wan clan had accumulated a lot of wealth. However, he had never heard of anyone extorting the Wan clan. It was impossible for the other party to do so without some accumulations and strength. Otherwise, such a fat sheep would have been eaten up by some strong sects and martial sages long ago. Ingyu continued. 4 years ago, the Wan clan's young master fell in love with Feng Feishu at first sight. He got the Wan clan's elders to propose marriage to Feng Feishu. The Wan clan is much stronger than the Feng clan. If the Wan clan offended the Feng clan, it would be very difficult for the Feng Clan Merchant Association to do business. Furthermore, many people in the upper echelon of the Feng clan wanted to use this opportunity to build connections with the Wan clan. Thus, this marriage was set. 4 years ago, Xiao Chen recalled some past events. The first time he met Feng Feishu in Mo City seemed to have been 4 years ago. Could it be that back then, Feng Feishu came to Mo City because of this? Did she anticipate this day? Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time before saying, Princess Yu, what is the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Feng clan in Mo City? Given the relationship between Ing Yu and Feng Feishu, as well as the intelligence network of the Great Qin Nation's royal court, it was impossible for Ing Yu not to know about this. Xiao Chen could not help but ask about the doubts that he had been hiding in his heart. Ing Yu revealed a stunned expression. She asked in surprise, Did your father not tell you? Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not. Ing Yu muttered, Even so, I cannot tell you. I only ask you if you will fulfill your promise and bear this responsibility, preventing this marriage. Bearing this responsibility would mean becoming enemies with the strongest merchant association in the continent. Although Xiao Chen was strong now, it would be like striking a rock with an egg when facing a superpower. Xiao Chen did not think for too long. He said calmly, Since she has spoken, I will naturally do my best. Ing Yu smiled gently. Feng Feishu did not misjudge you. Just because of these words of yours, it was worth it for her to bear it for 4 years. I need to make some preparations before I can follow you to the imperial capital. Ing Yu nodded. In that case, I will wait for you in Saber City. Feng Feishu's father will be there as well. The main thing is that the old man of the Feng clan just passed away. Her father is not able to hold on much longer. Otherwise, he would be able to drag things out for a while longer. I understand. After Feng Feishu left, Xiao Chen went to the small tree in the courtyard and sat down. Then, he took out 2 medallions from the universe ring and fiddled with them slowly. He revealed a pensive expression. Of the 2 medallions, one was the minor Haotian medallion of the Haotian sect, and the other was the heavenly fiend medallion of the Myriad Fiend Palace. Either medallion could help Xiao Chen ask for a favor from a martial sage at a crucial moment. The favor from 2 martial sages was also the reason why Xiao Chen did not fear the other superpowers when he traveled the world. Martial sages stood at the top of the pyramid of power in the continent. They were not people that any sect could afford to offend. However, it is probably impossible to get them to help me deal with the Wan clan. However, they should be able to keep me alive. The 2 medallions floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen. Finally, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Xiao Chen put away the Haotian medallion and grasped the Heavenly Fiend medallion tightly with his right hand. I should keep the minor Haotian medallion for when I go to the Kunlun realm. In the end, the Wan clan is just a merchant association. One martial sage is sufficient to keep me alive. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood on a blue dragon image. He moved up and down in the air, moving at a speed that far surpassed that of a martial monarch of the same cultivation realm, heading for the ancient desolate land. 10 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at the Myriad Fiend Palace at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. After he presented the Heavenly Fiend Medallion, he was received by Bai's father and Zishuan. After Shao Chun stated his purpose for coming, and Zishuan received the Heavenly Fiend Medallion and smiled faintly. I thought that you would never be able to use this Heavenly Fiend Medallion. Shao Chun asked somewhat uncertainly, Senior, will you approve of my request? And Zishuan put away the medallion and said softly, although the Wan clan is strong, they are still businessmen in the end. I can still protect your life. However, I also have something that I need your help with. Shao Chun performed a cup fist salute and said, Speak your mind. This junior will do his best to do it. Chapter 626. And Zishuan smiled and said, Bai, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya have already taken the Kunlun realm. If you go to the Kunlun realm, if you have the opportunity, please take care of them. Shao Chun said in surprise, I remember that the three of them did not make into the top 20. They did not meet the requirements of the Bushin Palace. And Zishuan did not explain further. He said, The Bushin Palace is only the Bushin Palace of you humans. It is not the Bushin Palace of our fiend race. Shao Chun understood a little. He said, Definitely. The three of them are my friends. Even if Senior did not say so, I would have done so. After leaving the Myriad Fiend Palace, Shao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he headed for the headquarters of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. Shao Chun did not understand the strength of the Myriad Clan Merchant Association. He needed to find someone he could trust to understand the other party's strength. Of all the people that Shao Chun knew, only Kim Tae-ho understood the Myriad Clan Merchant Association the best. Shao Chun stood on an azure dragon in the air, flying continuously towards the Great Tang Nation's capital, traveling at his fastest speed. Shao Chun's blue dragon cloud soaring art showed signs of making a breakthrough. This was a pleasant surprise. 10 days later, Shao Chun arrived at the Great Tang Nation's capital. However, Kim Tae-ho's whereabouts were unknown. Shao Chun did not see Shao Chun immediately. He only found Shao Chun on the third day after he spread the news. Shao Chun did not like to speak nonsense. He got right to the point and told Shao Chun why he was here. After Fatso heard that, his eyes narrowed. He laughed loudly and said, To think that this little girl would have such a day. Damn it, she usually snatched away a lot of business from this fat lord. Seeing Shao Chun's unfriendly expression, Kim Tae-ho quickly said, I was too excited and could not control my emotions. Brother Shao Chun, don't blame me. I will tell you about the strength of the Wan Merchant Association. Kim Tae-ho took a sip of wine and said, Now that you have advanced to Martial Monarch, the Martial King experts of the Wan clan are not worthy of your attention. I will not talk about this. I will focus on the Martial Monarch experts that the Merchant Association hired. The Wan Clan Merchant Association had a total of 18 large branches in the Tianwu continent. Each branch had 2 Martial Monarch experts. Their cultivations range from peak inferior grade Martial Monarch to medial grade Martial Monarch. After all, the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was rich in resources. It would be difficult to find an early stage inferior grade Martial Monarch. Just the branches already had 36 Martial Monarchs. They were several times stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Shao Chun heard Fatso's explanation, he was slightly astonished. The peak combat power of the Tianwu continent was the Martial Sage, but there were very few Martial Sages. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Sky Dome realm. The boundless sea, the ancient desolate land, and the Tianwu continent had more than 100 Martial Sages. Compared to the vast Sky Dome realm, there were very few Martial Sages. Furthermore, Martial Sages were busy comprehending the heavenly Tao. Very few of them would bother with mundane matters. When it came to disputes between ordinary people, Martial Monarchs were already the peak. To most people, Martial Sages were legends. Most people only heard of Martial Sages and rarely saw one. In their hearts, Martial Monarchs were already peak experts. However, although the 36 Martial Monarchs were strong, Shao Chun did not care too much about them. As long as they were not superior grade Martial Monarchs, it would be fine. Kim Tae-ho continued, These are just the strength of the branches. The truly strong ones are the Wan clan's headquarters. The headquarters has what they call the 8 great guardian deities, superior grade martial monarchs. The 8 great guardian deities are the nicknames of 8 superior grade martial monarchs. They are very famous and extremely strong. Once, there was a peak martial monarch bandit who wanted to rob the Wan clan's headquarters. When the 8 great guardian deities worked together, they destroyed the bandit within 100 moves. The 8 great guardian deities. Xiaochen made a mental note of them. Then, he looked at the other party and said, they should not be so weak. Otherwise, your Jin clan would not be suppressed by the Wan clan. Kim Tae-ho took a big gulp of wine and said, that's right. Rumor has it that the Wan clan has a martial sage as well. That is their greatest trump card. After hearing Kim Tae-ho's explanation, Xiaochen gained a better understanding of the Wan clan's merchant association. Everyone only knew about the 8 noble clans and the 10 great sections. Unexpectedly, the Great Jin Nation had a merchant association that was comparable to a noble clan. In terms of overall strength, many of the noble clans could not compare to the Wan clan's merchant association. 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities, the martial sages at the top of the pyramid. The Wan clan's accumulations were truly horrifying. Seeing that Xiaochen was about to leave, Fatso hesitated for a while before telling him about Wan Feng's matter. He said, little brother Xiaochen, the welcoming envoy this time, seems to be related to the Wan clan. You'd best be mentally prepared. Xiaochen paused for a moment, but he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. One martial sage was already enough of a headache for him. Unexpectedly, there was another welcoming envoy now. However, since Xiaochen had already made a promise, there was no longer any chance to go back on it. Even if there was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he had to continue forward. Kim Tae-ho watched as Xiaochen left. He squinted slightly and revealed a contemplative expression on his chubby face. He muttered to himself, the Wan clan is not that easy to deal with. Just Xiaochen alone will not be enough. After a long time, Kim Tae-ho seemed to have made a decision. He said to the manservant beside him, gather all the martial monarchs that the Golden Rock Merchant Association can use in the shortest time possible. Also, invite the Heavenly Craftmanner's Miss Sue over. Damn it, this fat lord will make a bet as well. Roar! Roar! As the blue dragon roared, Xiaochen soared into the air. He stood on the blue dragon image and rushed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion without stopping. Ancient desolate land, Great Tang Nation's capital. Traveling back and forth took close to a month. Xiaochen did not wanting you to take too long. Xiaochen flew quickly in the air. 10,000 meters in the air, cultivators with good eyesight could see a blue dragon moving up and down in the clouds. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, scattering the clouds in front of it. The white-robed Xiaochen stood on the dragon's head, facing the wind. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. Chi! Suddenly, Xiaochen felt that the blue dragon cloud soaring art was about to break through from small perfection to great perfection. This feeling was very miraculous. There was no need for him to circulate the energy of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His quintessence was like water, slowly flowing through his meridians. Some of the smaller meridians that he would not normally pass through also flowed through. Xiaochen could clearly feel the azure dragon image under his feet roaring with all its might. Its speed increased explosively, tearing small tears in space. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded. The blue dragon cloud soaring art had finally reached great perfection. The quintessence, which had completed a small cycle, returned to his dantian and started to circulate according to the great perfection meridian diagram. Xiao! Xiao! Aside from the blue dragon image below Xiaochen, 2 more blue dragon images appeared beside Xiaochen. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, reaching Mach 8. Xiaochen had not been able to break through his bottleneck after 2 months of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would break through so naturally while flying at his limit. This astonished Xiaochen. However, Without those 2 months of bitter cultivation, accumulating a large amount of experience, he would not be able to make such a breakthrough. In the end, it was just a matter of time. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen revealed a joyful expression as he executed the Blue Dragon Tail Whip. In that instant, 3 blue dragon images moved at the same time. As the dragon tail swung, they struck Xiao Chen heavily. Huchi! In that instant, a resplendent azure light streaked across the sky. Everywhere the azure light passed, Xiao Chen moved 10 kilometers in one breath. When Xiao Chen looked back, there was another Xiao Chen standing in the air 10 kilometers behind him. That was an afterimage he left behind because he was moving too fast. After 3 breaths of time, the afterimage slowly faded until it disappeared. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "In an instant, I moved 10 kilometers to face a martial sage. I finally have a chance to leave." However, the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art exhausts too much quintessence. Normally, I only need 1 blue dragon to assist me in battle. After Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he headed straight for the courtyard where Lung Tianyun was. When he found Lung Tianyun, Xiao Chen bowed respectfully and told him why he was here. "Senior, can you lend this junior the divine weapon?" If an ordinary person said this to Lung Tianyun, he would have slapped the person away. How could a divine weapon be lent so easily? However, the one who spoke was Xiao Chen. Lung Tianyun could not help but enter deep thought. After a long time, he slowly said, "I can sense a holy seal in your mind. Since Lu Tianyu promised you this opportunity, I will not reject it." "Who?" Lung Tianyun casually waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught the wooden box. He said softly, "Many thanks, Senior." With the divine weapon, Xiao Chen felt more confident on this trip. However, he still hoped that he did not have to use it. He just needed to deter the other party. Finally, Xiao Chen took out the superior grade inner vest that the Haoyan sect had given him from the universe ring. This was a defensive superior grade secret treasure. It could increase his defense by 20%. The favor from the Heavenly Fiend Palaces in Zishuan, the information from Kim Taeho, the defensive superior grade secret treasure, and the divine weapon Heavenly Universe. Everything was ready. Xiao Chen covered the wooden box containing the divine weapon with a black cloth and carried it on his back. Then, he took a deep breath and headed for Saber City. In an inn in Saber City, the Feng Clan's clan head, Feng Tianming, and Ning had already been waiting for Xiao Chen for more than a month. At this moment, the two of them sat down at a tea table. There was an ancient tea set on the table. An incense burner sat in the upper right corner of the table. Smoke wafted out, refreshing the mind. Feng Tianming wore luxurious clothes and withdrew his aura. He took a sip of tea and said, "Princess Yu, we have already waited for so long. Could it be that Xiao Chen is not coming?" Feng Tianming could not help but feel suspicious. Right now, Xiao Chen had a great future ahead of him. He stood at the top of the younger generation and was a king-grade true dragon genius. After he entered the Kunlun realm, he would be able to advance to martial sage at the very least. If Xiao Chen's luck was good, he might become a second Thunder King if he was not careful. Xiao Chen did not want to offend the Strong Wan clan over something he said 4 years ago, seeking trouble for himself. After all, he had not truly matured yet. Inyu put down the teacup in her hand and revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said, "Don't worry. I understand him. Feishu understands him as well. Otherwise, she would not have endured for 4 years for him." Chapter 627. Feng Tianming sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He muttered, "If only I could be like great-grandfather and become a martial sage, Shui would not have to suffer like this. You don't have to look for Xiao Chen at this time. Our Feng family owes him too much." From the bottom of his heart, Feng Tianming did not want to trouble Xiao Chen. However, the old man had passed away. The huge Feng clan was no longer something that he could control alone. Many people who were eyeing the position of clan head started to use Feng Feishua's marriage as an excuse to attack him. If Xiao Chan wanted to get those people to shut up and not let Feng Feishue suffer, he could only get Xiao Chan to make an appearance. There was no other way. Ingyu said softly, "It's fine. Even if Xiao Chan knows why your cousin left the Xiao clan back then, he will not go back on his promise. He is a man of his word. Xiao Chan is such a person. He doesn't make promises, but once he does, he will do his best to fulfill them." Dong dong dong. As the two conversed, someone knocked on the door. Feng Tianming went to open the door and discovered the waiter. "Dear guests, there's a white-robed bladesman downstairs. He says he wants to see you." Ingyu and Feng Tianming exchanged glances and revealed expressions of joy. Xiao Chen finally arrived. It would not be difficult for Xiao Chen to find out where Ingyu and Feng Tianming were in Saber City. The city lord's residents would definitely know the whereabouts of such important people. Xiao Chen followed the waiter and carried the black, squarish wooden box on his back. Soon, he arrived at Ingyu's booth. "I'm sorry. I've prepared too much and made the two of you wait." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and apologized. When Feng Tianming felt the dense quintessence aura from Xiao Chen's body, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. There was also a complicated feeling in his heart. Ingyu stood up and said, "It's fine. Let's go now." This is the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. He is also Feng Feishue's father. Feng Tianming recovered his wits and said seriously, "Many thanks for your help. Right now, it is very urgent. We can talk about some things on the way. Let's fly back to the imperial capital first." Above the 9 heavens, a huge golden bird stretched out its huge wings, which had a wingspan of over 300 jong. It soared through the clouds at 6 times the speed of sound, breaking through the sky. 8 people stood on the back of the bird. Aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3, there were 5 of Feng Tianming's bodyguards. These bodyguards were all peak inferior-grade martial monarchs. Together, they were a strong force. Feng Tianming explained the situation to Xiao Chen. The martial sage of the Feng clan had passed away, and Feng Tianming's elder brothers had fought for the position of clan head. Using Feng Tianming's rejection of the marriage alliance with the Wan clan as an excuse, they worked together to make things difficult for him, forcing him to fulfill his original promise, allowing the Wan clan's young master to marry Feng Feishue as soon as possible. Feng Tianming respected Feng Feishue's opinion and did not agree. This caused the group of people to reach a stalemate. Furthermore, for some reason, the Wan clan's attitude had become abnormally unyielding. With the secret support of the Wan clan, those people placed Feng Feishue under house arrest, not allowing her to go out. After Xiao Chen heard everything, he entered deep thought. Then he said, "You mean that if I go over, they will not dare to force Feng Feishue to marry Feng Feishue?" Feng Tianming remained silent for a while before replying. "That is indeed the case. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Xiao clan and the Feng clan had always been connected by marriage. This was the ancestral teachings, which only ended during your parents' generation. Because the blue dragon martial spirit disappeared and the Xiao clan declined, the Feng clan ended the ancestral teachings. Now, you possess the blue dragon martial spirit and are the top ranker of the true dragon ranking. If you say that you want to marry Feng Feishue, that group of people will not dare to say anything." After saying this, Feng Tianming carefully observed Xiao Chen's expression. After all, his cousin, Xiao Chen's birth mother, had been Feng Feishue's cousin. Because she had looked down on Xiao Chen's father's cultivation and the marriage was arranged by the elders, she had no feelings for him. After giving birth to Xiao Chen, she had left the Xiao clan. To Xiao Chen's father, this was a great humiliation. He was afraid that this matter would upset Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, great waves surged in his mind. No wonder when Feng Feishue came to the Xiao clan, his father did not even want to see her. No wonder his father was unwilling to seek help from the Feng clan during the Xiao clan's most critical moment. It turned out that he had suffered such humiliation in the past. For the sake of getting rid of him, a woman had even abandoned the son she had just given birth to. This was a huge blow to a man's pride. Xiao Chen calmed himself and said, "Let's talk when we get there. The matters of my father's generation have nothing to do with me. It will not affect my decision." When Feng Tianming heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and did not say anything more. 5 days later, after passing through countless cities, the group finally arrived at the bustling imperial capital. Then, they landed in front of the huge Feng clan residence. "Greetings, clan head. Greetings, clan head." The 2 rows of guards in front of the residence bowed respectfully and greeted Feng Tianming. The doors to the residence opened, and a person who looked like a housekeeper came out. Feng Tianming quickly led the group into the residence. The Feng clan residence occupied a large area. As the group passed through several gardens and corridors, they met countless servants along the way. Several people paid attention to Xiao Chun, whispering to each other. They wondered if he was the genius king grade, white, robed bladesman on the True Dragon ranking. "Uncle Fu, call my big brother and the others to the Great Hall. I have something to say to him," Feng Tianming said to the old man who looked like a housekeeper. "There is no need to look for him. I'm already here." Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with an overbearing aura led a large group of people around a bend in the road in front of Feng Tianming and the others. This was Feng Tianming's big brother, Feng Tianhua. He had a sinister smile on his face and a sword hung at his waist. His gaze was cold, like a venomous snake in the dark night. Feng Tianming ignored the other party's attitude. He raised his hand and said, "You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." Feng Tianhua chuckled and said, "I happen to have something to discuss with you as well." "Tianming, you came at the right time." Feng Tianming frowned slightly. He did not know what the other party was planning. He said, "Come with me to the Great Hall first. Later, I will gather all the elders of the clan. You can speak then." "Haha, there is no need for you to gather the elders." Feng Tianhua smiled sinisterly. 3 days ago, niece Feishue and her aunt were brought to the Great Ji Nation by the Wan clan. 7 days later, the Wan clan will hold a wedding ceremony. At that time, all the famous people of the continent will attend the wedding. The moment Feng Tianhua said this, Xiao Chun and the others were stunned. Feng Tianming shouted angrily, "Feng Tianhua, who is the clan head? Do you want me to beat you up and send you to the clan's disciplinary hall? Beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall." Feng Tianhua smiled coldly and retorted, "What qualifications do you have to beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall? Do you know the relationship between the welcoming envoy of the upper realm and the Wan clan? How foolish! The Feng clan nearly died because of you. Do you know that? The welcoming envoy is the grandson of that major character of the Wan clan. 3 days ago, it was that welcoming envoy who personally brought niece Feishue away." Feng Tianhua spat out these 3 sentences at an extremely fast speed, causing the atmosphere in the air to freeze. Feng Tianming's expression could not help but change. He had not expected things to become so troublesome. He muttered, "There were rumors long ago that the Wan clan's martial sage spent a lot of effort to send his grandson to the upper realm through Dragon Sealing City 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to make a name for himself. For Wan Feng to be able to become the welcoming envoy of the Bushan Palace, his strength in the Kunlun realm was definitely not to be underestimated. His connections were also very extensive. With this trip, the Wan clan had probably established a connection with the upper realm. In the next 1,000 years, the Wan clan's position in the Tianwu continent would be even more unshakable." Feng Tianhua smiled coldly as he shouted, "Now, do you know who the true sinner of the Feng clan is? A marriage alliance with the Wan clan will only bring benefits to our Feng clan. Unexpectedly, you keep making excuses. You're simply trying to push the Feng clan into a dead end. You only care about your own personal interests. What qualifications do you have to be the Feng clan's clan head? The Feng clan's vast business concerns the interests of tens of thousands of people. What face do you have to cling to the position of clan head?" With the support of the Wan clan, Feng Tianhua did not care about Feng Tianming at all. Using the resources that the Wan clan provided, he managed to bribe several of the upper echelon of the clan. Right now, Feng Tianhua wanted to take advantage of the situation to remove Feng Tianming from the position of clan head and become the clan head himself. fulfilling his dream of several decades. Feng Tianhua took another heavy step forward and pointed at Feng Tianming's nose. He said, 30 years ago, when the old man chose you to be the clan head, I was already unconvinced. Look at the current Feng clan. It is nearly suppressed by the great Tang Nation's Jin clan. What capabilities do you have to be the clan head? Chapter 628. There were many people behind Feng Tianhua, all of whom were his supporters. They also stepped forward and pointed out Feng Tianming's faults. The other party's aura surged, suppressing the enraged Feng Tianming in an instant. Then, the other party pressed on. Feng Tianming's heart burned with rage. Not only had Feng Tianhua sold his daughter, but he had also turned around and accused him of all sorts of wrongdoings, wanting to remove him from the position of clan head. It was simply unreasonable. However, his brothers of the same generation were all standing on the other party's side at this moment, making it impossible for him to defend himself. He couldn't even come up with an argument. Feng Tianming, I'll give you some face. Step down from the clan head position now. Otherwise, we will hold a general assembly of elders to publicly accuse you of your crimes. Not only will you lose the clan head position, but you will also be sent back to the disciplinary hall. Feng Tianhua revealed a sinister smile. He appeared very confident. The clan head position was already in his bag. No one could change that. Elder brother Tianming, since ancient times, the clan head position has always belonged to the capable. Since you are incapable, you should step down. In any case, even if we hold a general assembly of elders, we will still vote for big brother Tianming. Whether you step down or not, the result will be the same. Step down as soon as possible. If you're incapable, then stop clinging onto the position. The people behind Feng Tianhua all spoke up, putting a lot of pressure on Feng Tianming. Feng Tianhua's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked at Feng Tianming, quietly waiting for his answer. How boring. Xiao Chun was no longer interested in listening to such an argument. He did not know what Feng Tianming was hesitating about. The other party clearly wanted him dead, so what was the point of being so wishy-washy? Feng Feishue had already been taken away. Right now, the most important thing was to rush to the great Jin Nation and bring her back. Xiao Chun did not have time to waste on this bunch of unscrupulous people. He was a man. He should be decisive. Roar. A dragon roar came from his body. Xiao Chun remained expressionless. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on Feng Tianming. Suddenly, he executed Berserk Dragon and charged at Feng Tianming. The dragon roared, and the image of a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As it moved up and down, it carried an intense wind with it. The tyrannical dragon head surged forward. This punch was incredibly powerful, and it came without any warning at all. Feng Tianhua, who was still waiting for an answer, was given a fright. He had never expected that someone would attack him in public at this time, and in such a ruthless manner. Caught off guard, he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. Taking a step back, Zhang Xin punched out with his right fist. Jin Yuan surged in his body, intending to block the punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and a berserk chi exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave that forced some of the people in the surroundings to retreat. Cracks appeared on the sturdy stone pillars on both sides of the corridor, as if they would collapse at any moment. Feng Tianhua felt a sweet taste in his throat, and blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His opponent's chi had actually directly shattered his true essence and injured his internal organs. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Feng clan? Are you tired of living? Feng Tianhua shouted angrily. Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with Feng Tianhua. The other party was a medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen needed to take advantage of the momentum of this punch to take him down. Otherwise, if Feng Tianhua recovered his wits and stabilized himself, he would be in big trouble. The blue dragon image under Xiao Chen's feet roared ferociously. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chen arrived before Feng Tianming in the blink of an eye. Then, he circulated all his vital qi. Even without infusing his quintessence, Xiao Chen's punch and claw contained 500 tons of force. His attacks were incredibly fast, and the circulation of his vital qi was faster than his quintessence. Bang! 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 Feng Tianhua only had time to circulate half of his quintessence to deal with Xiao Chen's attacks. Then, Xiao Chen forced him to retreat. A strong wind blew, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Damn it! Scram! Forced into such a sorry state by a junior before everyone, Feng Tianhua finally flared up. His quintessence burned on the surface of his body. Tianhua was forced to burn his quintessence. The people who had retreated from the winding corridor were astonished as well. Feng Tianhua had been a medial-grade martial monarch for a long time already. Unexpectedly, he was forced to burn his quintessence so quickly. What was even more shocking was that when Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, punched at Xiao Chen, he did not manage to knock Xiao Chen back. Facing Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had expected this. He merged his vital qi in quintessence, and his attacks did not stop. The surging shockwaves exploded with a loud rumble, causing the air to reflect blurry traces. Feng Tianhua took 10 steps back, but Xiao Chen only took 8 steps back. Boom! The winding corridor could no longer endure the shockwaves of the two's attacks. With a loud bang, it collapsed, turning into rubble. Bang! 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 The two exerted their strength at the same time, blasting the falling rocks into powder and scattering them with the wind. When Feng Tianhua saw that he could not gain the upper hand even after burning his quintessence, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Then he placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. Elder brother Tianhua is going to draw his sword. That brat is finished for sure. That's right. Elder brother Tianhua's sword intent has reached 40% comprehension long ago. When he draws his sword, he will be able to defeat this person in 10 moves. This brat has to die. Even with Feng Tianming protecting him, it will not work. Feng Tianhua's cousin spoke in a few words. Clearly, they were frustrated with the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen drew his sword, and a surging sword intent spread out. The entire sword trembled continuously. In that instant, all the swordsmen felt their swords tremble uncontrollably. Feng Tianhua leaped up, and his gaze turned sinister. He focused his quintessence on his sword, combining it with his 60% comprehended sword intent to form a sharp sword light. The group of people all revealed joyful expressions. After defeating this brat, Feng Tianming would have another crime to bear. Chong! However, before these people could withdraw their smiles, the lunar shadow saber at Xiao Chen's waist had already been drawn. The 60% comprehended saber intent, combined with the quintessence in his body, formed a dazzling purple saber light. Kassier. When the saber light and the sword light clashed, there was no chance at all. The sword light was like a piece of wood, breaking in half. When the light faded, only half of Feng Tianhua's sword remained. The other half shattered in the air, turning into a rain of swords that shot out in all directions, creating tiny cracks in space. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, he chopped the other party's sword in half, defeating his opponent miserably. Such strength not only rendered Feng Tianhua's group speechless, but it also shocked Feng Tianming to the point of gaping. This sword had followed Feng Tianhua for several decades. His mind was already connected to it. After the sword broke, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Feng Tianhua revealed an expression of disbelief on his pale face. He asked sullenly, "Who exactly are you? You're already about to die. Why ask so many questions?" Xiao Chen stomped on the ground and sent out a barrage of saber lights. Feng Tianhua, who did not have a weapon in hand, was reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chen's saber intent enveloped Feng Tianhua's body. Based on his stance, he intended to kill Feng Tianhua, not even giving him a chance to flee. The expressions of Feng Tianhua's group immediately changed. They all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chen, trying to save Feng Tianhua. However, these people were only half-step martial monarchs. After all, martial monarchs were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. The essence attacks could not break Xiao Qin's quintessence shield. There was no need to worry about them. All he needed to do was dodge some of the killing moves. After severely injuring Feng Tianhua with one saber strike, Xiao Chun turned his attention to the other minor characters. He executed the Thunder Shadow Chop, and after images flickered, Xiao Chun instantly sent out 7 saber strikes, knocking down the people who had been harassing him. All of them had pained expressions on their faces. Feng Tianhua and his group of people, who had come with surging auras, had all been defeated at Xiao Chen's hands. At this moment, they no longer had their earlier grandeur. No one dared to say anything. Yingyu watched as Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. A look of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Mr. Feng, are you still unable to make up your mind? They have the Wan clan as their backer. You have the great Qi nation's royal court as well. The royal court will not sit idly by and watch as the Wan clan swallows up the Feng clan's businesses." Feng Tianming's heart turned cold. He knew that there was no room for negotiation. He instructed the 5 people behind him. These people colluded with outsiders and are up to no good. Leave none alive. Kill them all. Xiao Chun ignored the 5 people who killed Feng Tianming. He walked straight to Feng Tianming and said, "Prepare the best warship. We should be able to rush back in 7 days." Feng Tianming shook his head and said, "A regular warship will not be able to reach the great Jin nation in 7 days. That Wan Feng will definitely be using the Bushin Palace's warship." Yingyu said, "Use our Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship, the Imperial Dragon. Although it cannot compare to the Bushin Palace's warship, if we plan the route well, we should be able to rush back in 5 days." Feng Tianming's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Many thanks, Princess Yu." Yingyu smiled gently and said, "I cannot leave the great Qin nation. I will not be able to accompany you this time. I will lead people to support you at the border." On the surface, the great Qi nation's royal court could not afford to offend the Wan clan. Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming both understood this. Yingyu being able to send the Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship was already a great help. After Feng Tianming used his lightning-fast methods, the chaotic situation finally stabilized. As for the Elders' Assembly, Feng Tianming was no longer in the mood to convene it. Inside the Great Hall, Feng Tianming held a map as he discussed the route of travel with his 5 bodyguards. There was no way to travel in a straight line in the sky. For example, there would be many horrifying high-ranked flying spirit beasts blocking the way. In some places, there would be spatial storms. Anything that entered would be shredded to pieces. There were also places controlled by ancient clans. Without permission, one could not pass. Going by a regular trade route, even with the Imperial Dragon, it would take 7 days to travel from the Imperial capital to the Great Jin Nation's Wan clan's headquarters. Hence, Xiao Chen had to choose a place that he normally avoided and forcefully break through to save time. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box wrapped in black cloth on his back on the table. Then, he sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chen, we have already chosen the route. We intend to directly break through the Black Smoke Mountain Range. That way, we can save 2 days. Chapter 629. Feng Tianming walked over and said to Xiao Chen. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, Feng Tianming could no longer ignore his strength. So he came over to seek his opinion. Xiao Chen knew a little about the Black Smoke Mountain Range. A rank 7 flying spirit beast, the Black Smoke Condor, rested at the highest peak of the mountain range. They were not high in rank, but there were many of them. Each time they moved, there would be at least 10,000 of them. Regular merchant groups would circle around the vast Black Smoke Mountain Range, taking a long journey. Although it was time-consuming, it was safe. There are 3 places we can break in. We feel that the Black Smoke Condor is the easiest. The other 2 places are much more troublesome. Then, Feng Tianming explained the situation of the other 2 places to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to make his breakthrough in the Black Smoke Mountain Range. Feng Tianming glanced at the wooden box wrapped in black cloth. He felt somewhat curious but he did not ask anything. An hour later, the enormous golden warship, Imperial Dragon, flew over. The few of them didn't waste any time and directly walked up to the bow. When the Imperial Dragon flew at full speed, it could reach Mach 7, much faster than a regular martial monarch. Furthermore, it did not need to stop to rest. It was perfect for traveling. Around the hull of the ship, there was a faint layer of protective shield blocking the air outside. Feng Tianming stood on the warship's bow with an extremely grave expression. The Wan clan had a martial sage. If the other party was not willing to hand over Feng Feishue, they would be at their wits' end. Feng Feishue had not gone willingly. Without Feng Tianming and the others' help, Wan Feng would not have been able to bring her away. If Feng Tianming had killed this person earlier, things would not have been as difficult as they were now. Feng Tianming blamed himself. Xiao Chun, what cultivation realm has your combat prowess reached? Now that things had reached this point, there was no point in overthinking it. Feng Tianming collected his thoughts and started chatting with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he had beaten the medial grade martial monarch, Feng Tianhua, to the point where he could not retaliate. Feng Tianming wanted to know Xiao Chun's true strength. Based on the standards of the Sky Dome realm, a regular superior grade martial monarch would not be a match for me. As for the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs, I cannot say much about them, Xiao Chun said directly, not hiding anything. Feng Tianming felt startled in his heart. Despite such shocking strength, Xiao Chun spoke of it so casually. However, the other party no longer used the standards of the Sky Dome realm to measure him. Such a mentality was understandable. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun realm was several times denser than in the lower realms. Although they were both inferior grade martial monarchs, the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs had much more essence than the lower realm martial monarchs. There is even a rumor that the bottlenecks of cultivators in the Kunlun realm were even harder to break through than in the lower realms. However, once one succeeded in breaking through, the benefits of the body were not something that the lower realms could compare to. There were many more high-ranked cultivation techniques in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. The quality of martial monarchs was not something the lower realms could compare to. Along the way, the two did not run into any trouble. Soon, the Black Smoke Mountain Range appeared before their eyes. A long stretch of pitch-black clouds lingered in the sky above the many peaks. After the Imperial Dragon appeared, the dark clouds quickly drifted over. One would only notice them when they got close. The so-called dark clouds were actually formed from numerous black smoke eagles, and they covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Merely this impetus caused one's heart to palpitate without end. Feng Tianming said somewhat anxiously, "The energy barrier will not be able to block all the black smoke condors. The beaks of those black smoke condors are extremely sharp. They can easily pierce through any metal. And I need to kill all the black smoke condors that barge in quickly. Otherwise, the ship will be pecked through, and we will be forced to land." The situation was dire. Xiao Chun understood that the other party was not lying. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and waited quietly for the black smoke condors to attack. There were no royal clan members on the Imperial Dragon. Feng Tianming's 5 personal guards controlled the warship. They could only rely on Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming to defend it. Bang! 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 Black shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Everywhere they looked, they were all sturdy black smoke condors, their bodies emitting thick black gas. The black smoke condors' beaks were like iron hooks, and their claws were even harder than frost iron. They continuously struck the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier. At this moment, the huge warship seemed as small as an ant. It swayed left and right, rocking continuously. Xiao Chun stood on the deck and closed his eyes, not moving at all. He only used his spiritual sense to scan every corner of the warship, not missing a single spot. Feng Tianming's expression turned even graver. If not for the fact that he was in a rush for 2 days, he would not have taken this risk. Ka! There was a crisp sound, and a small crack appeared in the energy barrier. Soon, a hole appeared, and a black smoke condor let out a shrill cry as it entered. Shio! However, before the black smoke condor could move, a saber light flashed, and the huge black smoke condor was chopped in half. When Feng Tianming saw Xiao Chun kill a black smoke condor at lightning speed, he calmed down. He leaped up and arrived before the hole. Then, he placed his hands on the energy barrier. Xiao Chen's quintessence flowed out from his hands and quickly mended the hole. The warship's defensive formation provided the energy barrier. As long as the formation did not break, it could be mended in an instant. This was why Feng Tianming dared to choose this place as his breakthrough point. Ka! 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 A few more holes appeared, and 10 odd black smoke condors flew over from all directions. Their ferocious auras spread out. These black smoke condors were crafty. They did not clash head-on with Xiao Chun. Instead, they flew to the sides of the warship and the deck, trying to destroy it. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chun soared into the air, and a blue dragon image moved under his feet. He took 7 steps in the air and killed a black smoke condor with 1 saber strike. Then, the 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chun swung his saber and instantly killed the remaining 3 black smoke condors, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Xiao Chun, do you need help? Feng Tianming asked as he mended the hole. Xiao Chun replied sullenly, there's no need. Just focus on mending the hole. The two split up the work. Xiao Chun was responsible for killing the black smoke condors, while Feng Tianming focused on mending the hole. Under the intense fluctuations, the warship moved forward, wobbling. At the most dangerous moment, more than 100 holes appeared. Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Shadow Chop 5 times in a row. However, he still could not clear out all the black smoke condors in a short time. When a black smoke condor landed on the deck, it pecked ferociously with its long beak. A deep crack immediately appeared in the tough deck. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun used the purple thunder arrow and veritable flame to kill the black smoke condor, avoiding a calamity. After flying like this for 4 hours, the Imperial Dragon was 500 kilometers away from the Black Smoke mountain range. Only then did the black smoke condors slowly leave. When the dark clouds scattered and they saw the sky again, the two heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Tianming said somewhat joyfully, fortunately, we managed to pass. The warship's spirit stones are almost depleted. If we had held on for another 15 minutes, the energy barrier would have failed. The energy barrier around the warship had already dimmed significantly. Its defensive capabilities were at least 10 times weaker than before. Feng Tianming was not lying. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun suddenly frowned. He quickly said, there is danger. Quintessence, protect yourself. Feng Tianming's face sank. Although he was astonished, he still did as Xiao Chun said. Quintessence spread out from his entire body, forming a nearly solid light barrier. Bang! 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 10 dazzling beams of light shot out from 10 kilometers in front. In an instant, they struck the dimmed energy barrier, not giving the Imperial Dragon any chance to turn around. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and the Imperial Dragon exploded in the air, turning into a clump of light. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Xiao Chun and the others quickly fell to the ground. 10 warships stood in the distant sky. A person stood on the bow of the leading warship. As he looked at the Imperial Dragon, which had turned into a clump of light, he smiled faintly and said, you can't even withstand a single blow. Let's go. The 10 ancient demonic energy cannons had exhausted a total of 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even if the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier was intact, it would still be somewhat lacking. Now that the energy barrier was practically useless, it would be even worse. Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming had used their quintessence to protect themselves in advance. Furthermore, the warship had blocked some of the shock waves from the ancient demonic energy cannons. Hence, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although the other 5 had not received any warning, they had been inside the warship. Hence, the shock waves were much weaker, and their injuries were not that serious. However, Now that the warship was destroyed, it would be impossible for them to rush back before Feng Feishua's wedding. After the group landed, Feng Tianming said hatefully, "The Wan clan's people are too ruthless. Unexpectedly, they ambushed us here in advance. With the warship destroyed, there was no way for them to rush back in advance. By the time the wedding was over, everything would be settled. What was done. No one would be able to salvage the situation." Xiao Chen remained calm and collected as he glanced at Feng Tianming's bodyguard. Then, he pulled off the strip of cloth covering his forehead and said, "Take my throne and rush over." Although it is slower than the Imperial Dragon's warship, it is still faster than a cultivator over a long distance. The explosive speed of a cultivator was faster than a regular warship. However, it was troublesome for a cultivator to replenish their quintessence. Traveling for a long time would not be as efficient as using a secret treasure. A light flickered, and a mysterious scarlet throne floated quietly on a clump of red clouds in front. Xiao Chun took the lead and landed on the throne. He said calmly, "Come up quickly. If I use my full power, we should still be able to make it." Feng Tianming's group of 6 stood on the clump of red clouds in shock. Clearly, they found this secret treasure very miraculous. Xiao, a scarlet light flickered as Xiao Chun operated the scarlet throne. It turned into a scarlet arrow high in the sky and quickly headed for the great Jin nation. Feng Tianming smiled happily and said, "Xiao Chun, it is fortunate that you have this move. Otherwise, we would have to return empty-handed." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not deny it. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to observe the expressions of Feng Tianming's 5 bodyguards. After a while, Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense. He had a rough idea of what was going on. The headquarters of the Wan clan's merchant association was an independent city in the great Jin nation called Wan Clan City. This city was several times larger than most cities. 3 days later, the group arrived outside Wan Clan City. The city walls were filled with red lanterns. There was a festive atmosphere at the city gates. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. "Aha! The wedding of the Wan clan's young master is really grand. I heard that the disciples of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans are all rushing over to offer their congratulations." Chapter 630. That is natural. The Wan clan is as wealthy as a nation. The 10 great sects and 8 noble clans all have business dealings with them. Now that the Wan clan's young master is getting married, we have to give them some face. I heard that the bride is also a top-notch beauty. She is the female head of the Flying Snow Merchant Association. With this strong alliance, the Wan clan will become even stronger in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in quickly. Tomorrow is the official wedding. No matter what, we have to go and join in the fun. As Xiao Chun, Feng Tianming, and the others stood not far from the city, they heard the discussions of the passers-by. Feng Tianming sighed and said, "At least we are not late. If we were one day late, we would not have been able to do anything." Xiao Chun said calmly, "Let's enter the city and find a place to sit down first. During the wedding tomorrow, we just need to clarify things with the Wan clan's people." Xiao Chen's group concealed themselves a little. After they handed over the wedding gifts, they successfully snuck in. Although it was deep into the night, the Wan clan city was brightly lit and bustling with activity. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, looking very festive. Xiao Chun was in his room, cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his lips curled up. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally revealed your tale." Using his spiritual sense, one of Feng Tianming's bodyguards sneakily opened the door and looked around to make sure no one was around. Unfolding his body, he quickly slipped out of the inn and flew out of the city. Xiao Chen opened the window and left behind a strand of spiritual sense to follow. Then, he followed from a distance. His gaze was cold and emotionless, and a faint killing intent spread out. Aside from Xiao Chun and Feng Tianming, only the 5 bodyguards knew the route Xiao Chen's group took to break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming would not doubt this. Xiao Chun, the trusted aide who had followed him for many years, would. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Coincidentally, the Imperial Dragon warship's energy barrier was weakened to its limit, and it received 10 shots from the peak demonic energy cannons. There was definitely a traitor. After releasing the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chun had been observing the expressions of the 5 guards. The fluctuations in the expression of the guard called Hung did not escape his notice. As expected, Zhang Hung could no longer hold himself back the moment the group arrived at the Wan clan city. This person was extremely cautious. He seemed to have sensed that someone was following him, and he released his perception force several times to search the surroundings. He even set up a misleading formation to draw out Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's divine sense could track him from 5 kilometers away. With his perception, he couldn't detect Xiao Chun at all. After a few fruitless attempts, Zhang Hung felt that he was being a little paranoid, so he began to rush at full speed. After a while, he arrived at a remote pavilion. In front of the pavilion, there were cultivators dressed in the attire of the Wan clan, standing guard. Zhang Hung stepped forward and handed over a token, and the guards in front of the pavilion immediately let him in. The pavilion was heavily guarded, and it was obvious that it was an important place of the Wan clan. However, Xiao Chun had a spiritual sense and did not need to barge in. He gently landed on a roof and followed Zhang Heng's line of sight to see the situation inside clearly. Zhang Heng arrived at a wing of the pavilion. 2 people had been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Chun recognized one of them. This person was the welcoming envoy of the Bushan Palace, Wan Feng. The person beside Wan Feng was a handsome youth dressed in magnificent clothes with a decorative hat on his head. Compared to Wan Feng, this person was also a rare and elegant youth. However, he had a worldly air to him. In comparison, this person's aura was much weaker. From a conversation between the two, Xiao Chun found out this person's identity. This person was called Wan Shan, and he was the one who married Feng Fei Xue. Wan Shan looked at Zhang Heng with some surprise. He said, "I received news that you were shot down near the Black Smoke Mountain Range. How did you arrive at my Wan clan city so quickly?" Zhang Heng did not hide anything as he said, "Xiao Chun has a strange throne's secret treasure. It does not consume spiritual energy to fly, and it is extremely fast. Without that throne, Feng Tianming would not have been able to rush over." Wan Shan frowned slightly and asked, "The King Grade True Dragon Genius, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun?" Zhang Heng nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. The Xiao clan seems to have a marriage agreement with the Feng clan's ancestor, so Feng Tianming invited him over. Here are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and a void-breaking pill. Tell me where they are staying, and you may leave." Wan Shan had not expected this matter to involve Xiao Chun. He felt a headache coming on. He took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Heng before waving his hand. Zhang Heng had obtained the benefits that he wanted. He revealed an excited expression and withdrew in satisfaction. "Cousin, this Xiao Chun is not easy to deal with. The last time Sima Lingxian advanced to Martial Monarch, he did not even last one move against him. I have no idea what his limits are." Wan Shan looked at Wan Feng and said, "Furthermore, it is probably not convenient for my great-grandfather to make a move. Xiao Chun possesses the luck of the Sky Dome realm. If a martial sage makes a move against him, there will be dire consequences." Wan Feng smiled faintly and said, "How strong can a lower realm martial monarch be? You can rest assured and go hug your beauty. Leave this Xiao Chun to me." Seeing that Wan Shan still seemed worried, Wan Feng said softly, "According to the Sky Dome realm, that Zhang Heng is a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I am also only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, I will not even use 10% of my strength to deal with him." Not even using 10% of my strength to deal with a peak inferior grade martial monarch? Wan Shan exclaimed, "Really?" Wan Feng withdrew his smile and said with a grave expression, "The Kunlun realm is a great realm that you cannot imagine. What does a martial monarch count for there? Don't worry. If Xiao Chun comes to cause trouble, I will be the first to stop him. Remember to act quickly and swallow up the Feng clan as soon as possible. This time, I need to bring back 1 million superior grade spirit stones. There are too many people to bribe." Wan Shan nodded and said, "No problem. Given the wealth that the Feng clan has accumulated over 1,000 years, they will definitely be able to take out 1 million superior grade spirit stones." Up on the roof, Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed an expression of contemplation. It turned out that the Wan clan had already made up their mind to swallow up the Feng clan. The Wan clan probably had a special channel to send some of the resources they plundered to the upper realms Wan Feng. Otherwise, the Wan clan would not have risen so quickly. Xiao Chun casually glanced around and found Zhang Heng. Then he smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. "Xiao." Under the full moon, Xiao Chun gently moved. His white robes were like a specter in the night as he silently landed in front of Zhang Heng. "Young Master Xiao, why are you here?" Zhang Heng had obtained more than 10,000 superior grade spirit stones out of nowhere and the void-breaking pill for breaking through his bottleneck. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chun suddenly appear, he was startled and exclaimed loudly. Xiao Chun stared at the other party and did not say anything. He withdrew his killing intent and silently placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Zhang Heng felt guilty. When Xiao Chun looked at him, he felt goosebumps. Under the huge mental pressure, he could not help but tremble. A deathly silence spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chun said calmly, "Break your meridians yourself. Don't force me to make a move." At this moment, Zhang Heng could already guess that his whereabouts had probably been exposed. At first, it wasn't just being paranoid. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he suddenly attacked. His quintessence surged, and a fist wind tore through space, punching at Xiao Chun. However, when Zhang Heng was about to attack, he suddenly changed his move and retreated. It turned out that this was just a feint to confuse Xiao Chun and create an opportunity for him to escape back to the pavilion. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. However, reality was cruel and merciless. The fist wind only shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. As for Xiao Chun, he moved in an arc and instantly attacked. Kasie, a resplendent purple saber light lit up the night. Zhang Heng cried out in pain as his right arm was chopped off. The explosive speed of the Blue Dragon Tail Whip was not something that Zhang Heng could dodge. When Zhang Heng attacked, he did not even have an opportunity to defend. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and punched with his right hand, shattering this person's dantian. Then he struck the back of this person's neck, knocking him out. Everything happened in an instant, as fast as a spark. Zhang Heng did not even feel the pain before he fainted. Casually carrying this person on his back, Xiao Chun returned to the inn and tossed him into Feng Tianming's room. When Feng Tianming saw Zhang Heng's body, shock appeared on his face. He asked, "What's going on? Did you get ambushed?" Xiao Chun told Feng Tianming everything he saw and heard. Then, he took out 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and void-breaking pills from Zhang Heng's spatial ring. Ungrateful dog. With a witness and material evidence, Feng Tianming had no choice but to believe the facts before him. He immediately felt enraged and sent a palm strike at Zhang Heng. Xiao Chun stopped him and said, "Keeping him alive is still useful. This place is no longer safe. We have to change places." Feng Tianming thought for a while and understood. He instructed the remaining four to carry Zhang Heng and quickly leave this place. 10 minutes after the group left, the Wan clan elders immediately led a large group of people to this place, surging with killing chi. However, they did not discover anyone, so they could not help but feel disappointed. "We are too late. Continue searching. We absolutely cannot let them appear during the day," the elder leading the group said sullenly. If no one knew about it at night, they could still kill these people. However, killing the bride's father in front of the guests during the day would not work. Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, the entire Wan clan city was already bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people walking the streets. The drifting snow sword sex people are here as well. The top 10 of the True Dragon ranking, Lu Xiaoyun, is here as well. The 8 noble clans by Qi is here as well. The signs of the Qian clan and Wang clan are here as well. Sima Ling Xian is here as well. The Haotian sex Yuchensi is here as well. Nearly all the 10 great sects and 8 great sects are here. The Wan clan's reputation is indeed great. On the second floor of an inn in the city, many cultivators gathered by the window. They looked at the people passing by below. When they saw these famous people, they would occasionally exclaim in surprise. Xiao Chun, who was in the inn, wore a conical bamboo hat as he looked at the crowd below. He felt it was strange as well. He had not expected the Wan clan to have such influence. Nearly all the famous sects and noble clans in the entire Great Jin nation had rushed over. Many of their signs were here as well. Feng Tanming, who was also wearing a conical bamboo hat, sighed softly. Originally, with the Wan clan's reputation, it would not be necessary for the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans to come personally. However, the welcoming envoy this time is actually related to the Wan clan.